Hi there, I'm Tevis, and this is Texture Notes, a channel about books, shows, and games, how they feel, what they are like. So this is the second of two videos I've made to kind of wrap up 2025. The first was about Dungeon Crawler Carl. That was the series that really resonated with me last year, really got me. And then this video is the second. It will cover my lists of all the best and worst books and shows and games from last year. So the structure of this video, it's kind of divided into two parts. The first part will go through each of those lists kind of quickly. And then in the second part, I've chosen 12 from the lists to talk about in more detail. 7 of the best, 4 of the worst, and one that's kind of both. Last year was a really great year for books for me, and it was a strong year for games. At least there weren't many really terrible ones. And it was kind of mixed for shows. There was very high highs and very low lows. I'm actually going to start with the shows, start with my worst, those lows. And I'm going to start with a few dishonorable mentions, I suppose. So first up, I need to mention My Dress Up Darling Season 2. And this was very disappointing for me because I loved this show, this is the first season. It's all about kind of what to do with our love. We have all this love in us. In particular, this is about cosplay as a place to put that love. This season expanded beyond Marine and Gojo, and it did so, unfortunately, at their expense. The pacing was totally off. It did not give plots time to breathe and develop. And there was so little development of the central character, the central relationship of these two characters, that it just failed to me. The end especially was just utterly whiffs it. If this is the actual end of the whole series, it's really pitiful, really unfortunate. 2 others I'll mention and say nothing else about is simply Season 2 of The Last of Us and Season 7 of Black Mirror, both quite bad. But now to get on to the actual bottom 5. These are all much worse. Worse, in fact, than any of my worst shows of 2024. All of 5 of these are worse than my number 1 worst show of 2024. So to start with, number 5 is Alien Earth. I suppose Season 1. Alien Earth. Now the most interesting thing about this show is the title. Those balanced 5 letters, Alien and Earth. The unbalanced syllables, Alien Earth. That ambiguous colon between them. Is the colon a temporary truce, before the difference in the words utterly collapses? I don't know. But unfortunately, the show itself, behind that title, is a giant nothing. Ideas kind of rule Alien Earth, but there's no natural development of those ideas in the story itself. Plots and characters are just kind of moving pieces to express ideas and voice themes. There's so little plot to actually work those ideas through. The characters are more like functions, which is often how prequels treat characters. I'll say a little bit more about this in another show later. And for me, this seemed like an old problem, I guess, of Noah Hawley. I haven't seen a lot of his work, but when I watched the first 2 seasons of Fargo, at the end of Season 2, I realized that he had no real interest in characters or people. The way he treats Kirsten Dunst's character, I just knew he was not to be trusted. But I watched this anyway, and like that show, with Alien Earth, the beginning is strong, the ending is pathetic, and it's just totally not worth its own title. Number 4 is a show called North of North. Now this has a great pilot, a great lead in Siaya, who has a great fashion sense. And the pilot's kind of spiky, even risque. But this almost immediately gives way afterward to a show that's much safer and much less interesting. It claims to be about Inuit culture, but it's actually really just a very typical Netflix show. It's glossy, has very expensive licensed songs. It's designed to go down easy. And the back half of the show really races through an already short season. It's just 8 episodes. And it makes it feel in the end more like a digest of a show, like one of those YouTube videos you see that gives you the gist, kind of Cliff's Notes. The back half of North felt like a gist of itself rather than an actual show. And given the pilot, this was just super unfortunate, terribly disappointing. Number 3 is a show that I'm going to talk about in the second part of this video. It is Adolescence. And I'll just say now that this is very, very fancy anti-youth propaganda and a piece of really parent fear-mongering. I mean, look at that title, Adolescence. I'll talk about that more in the second half of this video. Number 2, I will not talk about because it is just too stupid, and that is season 3 of The White Lotus. I mean, this is like a colossally stupid show. The terrible storytelling, especially the ending. The ending is so embarrassing. I don't know what happened to Mike White. You know, he made Chuck and Buck, wrote School of Rock, made Enlightened. That was a satire and character study that went hard, but it wasn't cold and false like The White Lotus. And it had Laura Dern, who was amazing in it. The characters in The White Lotus, Rick and Chelsea, are so dumb. Parker Posey, who is admittedly very funny, but her family really gets off easy, almost redeemed. And the local story with Lalisa of Blackpink, I mean, it's like almost an insult. Belinda, the character who returns from season 1, has this unbelievable turnaround. I get what he's saying about the corruption of money, but oh, it's unbelievable the speed with which it happens. And honestly, I've over time grown kind of skeptical of Mike White writing female characters. There are some exceptions, like Amy in Enlightened, but he tends to give his male characters a lot more grace. I think people who watch and love The White Lotus love to, both luxuriate in the fantasy of wealth and at the same time feel above it all. This is the supposed critique or satire. You can luxuriate in it and yet say, I'm not like them. Season 3 is all quite similar to the first season, which was better executed, but frankly even more insidious in its competent execution. But like it, season 3 is worthless and hollow and cynical and stupid. There's nothing here but a giant gaping abyss. This leaves one worse, and this one hurt, like My Dress-Up Darling. It's season 3 of Star Trek Strange New Worlds. I really liked the first 2 seasons of Strange New Worlds, especially the first one. I loved many of the characters. I loved its style, its genre hopping. And I'm going to have to talk about this one in the second half of this video because, man, this is crushing. As a prequel and just as a character drama, season 3 is just wretched. Now, on to the top shows for me of 2025. I have 9 of them, and number 9 is season 2 of Severance. I found this season quite thrilling in its experiments. It had very strong individual episodes, especially the one about Gemma. A few misses, like the one on Cobell. And I really think they renewed their focus on the problem here of any liberation, very adeptly. I found the ending of the season both exciting and frustrating. Even my students who chose it for one of my classes, they complained about the love triangle ending just being so unnecessary to frame it that way. And it does hold it back from the heights of the first season, especially its finale. The finale of season 1 is among the best finales of any season of any show ever. It does feel like Severance is still a show that really wants to go for it, so I am very excited about season 3. But yeah, this season just wasn't quite up to season 1. Still very good. Number 8 was season 1 of Task. Now, this was made by the same creator as Mare of Easttown, and like Mare, Task is a really fantastic as a character study and a study of a place. The show really evokes the textures of the characters' lives and the textures of this place. It's really attentive to the forces at work on people and what they do to survive. But also, like Mare of Easttown, the mystery that kind of structures it is less satisfying, and the show turns towards it in the final episode to kind of resolve that, and just doesn't land. Plot is just not the strength of this show. I will also mention that I particularly love 2 characters, Robbie, and even more, his niece Maeve. I loved her. I was really with her. These 2 were 2 of my favorite characters of last year. Next, number 7 is season 4 of Hacks. I was kind of worried that this season would fall back into Deborah and Ava's kind of old dynamic, like they did in season 2, which was quite disappointing to me. But no, halfway through this season, it really goes somewhere and has a really thrilling climax. Hackdom, being a hack, is always a threat. But finally, the show is talking about real change, or at least change enough to do something brave. I found the epilogue, the last episode, both realistic and a little worrisome for the final season. I always worry whenever Western media uses exile in Asia as some sort of punishment, as something fundamentally less than. Now, Hacks does this better than something like Todd Field's Tar, but it did give me pause a bit, and it kept it back just a little from the highs of the ends of season 1 and 3. Next, number 6 is The Lowdown. As much as Task is a show of thick and rich texture, I think The Lowdown goes even further with this, and it isn't overly distracted by its crime plots in the end. In fact, the last episode of The Lowdown really shows that it knows exactly what it's doing, exactly what it's about, the community it's about, and doesn't get distracted by the crime plot. Tim Blake Nelson is particularly good, I think, as Dale Washburn in this, the sensitive kind. But I was actually even more impressed with Ethan Hawke, who is both like totally Ethan Hawke, totally, and yet he's something more, something truly lived in. It might be his best performance I've seen. Sterling Harjo also made Reservation Dogs. He made this, and he has just quickly become one of my favorite TV artists. Next, number 5 is My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic. I watched this with my daughter. The show might be a little too old for her, but she still enjoyed it. And I didn't see it like I watched Bluey with her. I didn't get to watch it in order. I've seen, I think, all of season 1, much of season 2, scattered episodes in seasons 3, 4, 5, and 6. And there's many, many elements I liked about it besides the main cast. The Cutie Mark Crusaders, who are always trying to get their cutie mark. I found them very endearing. I get the appeal now of this show. I'd heard about it for years. It's very cleverly written. It's sweet. It's imaginative. It's funny. I love its color scheme and its line work. The characters are really strong and vividly drawn. And the conflicts in the show are kind of classic. It's almost sitcom-like, and I mean that in a good way. This show's very popular in China among my students who kind of grew up with it. I have a student named Fluttershy. For me, among the main ponies, my favorite is Applejack. Definitely she's my girl, she's my pony. And probably next, Pinkie Pie. I think I really like Earth ponies. They're quite different than I am. I'm not as into the Pegasus or the unicorns. I'm probably most like Twilight Sparkle, but she's not my favorite. Applejack and Pinkie Pie are. Anyway, really enjoyed this show, and I think it's probably the best modern kids show that I've seen after Bluey. Next, number 4, is season 1 of Saint Elsewhere. I've been going back recently, wanting to explore shows that were on while I was growing up, but I was too young for or missed for some reason. I really love the loose, kind of casual vibes of Saint Elsewhere. So different than something like The Pit, which I've been watching recently. Also very compelling, but Saint Elsewhere is compelling in a totally different way. The storytelling style is unhurried. It's confident. There's nothing, edge of your seat about it. It doesn't make you want to binge it. But this is to its credit. After each episode, I felt satisfied. It's really built on the opposite of a binge model, this slice of life, week to week. In particular, I have to note one doctor, Dr. Mark Craig, is just completely riveting. His performance and the character, he's the most delicious asshole. Someone who, if I knew him in life, I would not be able to stand. And yet here, I loved watching him. When he was on screen, I was glued to him. He's actually at the center of one of the best episodes, which is just really like a full-on trans storyline there in 83, 84. And frankly, it handles this story better than most modern shows I've seen. Dr. Craig resists. His friend has come in for an operation, for what they call a sex change operation then, but to transition. And he has trouble accepting her, but the rest of the hospital and the show itself sees everything very clearly, completely accepts her, and yeah, it's very moving, very powerful, excellent. I also, number 3 for me, I watched season 1 of Maude, and of course this is a spin-off of All in the Family, which I loved many years ago, and I knew Bea Arthur from Golden Girls. She's always like Dorothy Spornak to me. Here, she plays, this upper-class, well-meaning, liberal white woman who is very familiar. This show may be 50 years old, but who she is very familiar now. This character that's kind of skewering playfully, warmly. She's been with us a very long time. The show's very topical, but I think it really still hits, very relevant. And it has this modern, humanistic sensibility, typical of Norman Lear. Of particular note, I love the fights in Maud. It has the most exquisite fights, especially between Maud and Walter, her husband. They just really go at it. The give and the take is just wonderful. And then they make up afterwards very passionately. And I just found it really heartening to see these middle-aged people with such heat, so alive, as I know people my age are. Yeah, just a really fantastic sitcom. Next, number 2 is the anime His and Her Circumstances. This is an extraordinarily funny and moving and honest story of first love. I especially love the main character, Yukino Miyazawa. I really related to her. And I'm going to talk about everything I loved in this show in the second half of this video, not now. That leaves number 1, which I will also talk about in the second part of this video. That is season 1 of Pluribus. This is Vince Gilligan's follow-up to Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, and this show just really provoked me like no other last year, both personally and philosophically. It is like nothing else on TV. So I'm going to have to go into this in more detail later in this video. Now on to the best and worst games. Last year, like I said, was a quite good year for games for me. There were fewer lows, or at least the lows were a little bit less interesting, less striking than in 2024. So unlike, games like Shadow of the Erdtree and Balatro and Astrobot I talked about in my previous worst video, I don't have as much to say about these worst, except the number 1 worst. I have a lot to say about it. So let me go through these other 4 quickly. Number 5 was Time Flies. Now, I'd been watching this game in its development, waiting for it. I thought it was a game about brief lives, the life of a fly. Instead, it's just a slight little game of optimization, meaning you have this brief life and you're trying to check off your bucket list and do everything in that time. So it creates basically like an enforced speed run. It's saying, you can do it all. Don't worry about FOMO. In Time Flies, time kind of is a problem to be solved. And it is not. Yeah, very disappointing. Number 4 was Breakout Beyond. Now that title is a lie. There's nothing beyond Breakout here. It goes nowhere. It's not even an interesting game of Breakout. This is one of those revivals that really has nothing to add and can't even do the original game right. The level design is very boring. The whole game goes nowhere. Just nowhere. Number 3 is another attempted revival. This is Ninja Gaiden Ragebound. I did not find this rage-inducing, but boredom-inducing. And this is the theme of these first 4 in the worst games. I'm so bored. I don't know who thought giving an optimal order to your kills was a good idea. This is Ragebound's idea, that you will highlight some enemies, and if you kill them in a certain order, this will give you more power. And what it creates is a single solution action platformer, which, as I described about Astrobot, I do not like single solution games. I think it totally drains them of all vitality in life. There's one best way to do everything. When you play the Spider-Girl alt mode in Ragebound, this makes this very clear. One best way to do everything. Bosses are only about memorizing, attack patterns and then executing your dodges and counterattacks perfectly. It's the whole philosophy of the game. By the end, I was just running and bouncing off enemies just to get through it. This vision of a ninja as kind of, all calm, rigid perfection is so tedious and so boring to me. Number 2, even worse, was Platypus Reclayed. Now, Ragebound had weak level design. Platypus Reclayed has no level design. It is really kind of like a side-scrolling Galaga-type wave shmup, though those waves are very poorly designed too. The game has just very bad rhythms, which are crucial. Good rhythm is crucial in a good shmup. It has a terrible power-up system with time limits. You get power-ups that, run out very quickly. So you have this all or nothing, and you're just too weak, frankly, without those power-ups. The levels are so long, so monotonous, and so one note. They're all one speed, this stately calm moving forward. Even the graphics, which, at first were cool, this is what drew me to the game, this texture of this clay, becomes boring after a while. Honestly, it's just one of the worst shmups I've played in a very long time. This leaves number 1, which I'm going to talk about at length. It is Death Stranding 2 on the Beach. Now, this is both an utterly typical game sequel and a generationally bad game. To find something comparable at this scale, I think you have to go back to something like The Last of Us Part 2 or Red Dead Redemption 2. And this one's heartbreaking for me because I truly love the first Death Stranding. Death Stranding 2 is hack work. And as I said, I'm going to talk about all of this at length in the second half of this video. Now on to the best many great games I played in 2025. First, I have a few honorable mentions I want to quickly talk about. First, Wuchang Fallen Feathers. It's the last game I played in 2025, made by a studio in Chengdu, and it just missed my top 9 games. The easiest way to describe it is like a Chinese Bloodborne. It has similar theming, very aggressive playstyle, and kind of this history mixed with Baroque monstrosities. The level design in Wuchang is incredible. It is very interconnected, kind of like old Souls, like Lordran. Now, the last third of the game, unfortunately, isn't as good. It gets too fussy and kind of build-oriented for some of the harder bosses. But I'm definitely going to play this studio's next game for the level design more than anything. Another honorable mention is Dragon Sweeper. Now, aside from my top game, this is probably the one I played the most last year. It's a D&D minesweeper that is both addictive and weirdly soothing. I played this as a short, kind of 5 to 10 minute transition game between other tasks, a kind of palate cleanser. It's very well designed, though in the end a little too masterable if you pay attention, and this just kept it out of my top 9. Finally, the last one I'll mention is one I didn't play in 2025, but it would have been a contender for my game of the year if I had. That was Baby Steps. I didn't play it until this recently, January, so it's going to have to wait for my best of 2026. And I'm going to say a little bit more in my next video, my winter catalog. For now, I'll just say that it is the one to beat this year for me. It is an utterly extraordinary game. And it is, to me, the true sequel to Death Stranding. Now, on to my top 9. First, number 9 is Many Nights a Whisper. Now, this is a game that kind of reframes familiar mechanics, like Baby Steps with walking. Here it is shooting, something we do a million times in many games. But this game is about making one shot, one crucial shot you need to make. You practice and practice, and then you take your shot. The whole community's kind of hopes and dreams ride on this shot, and you listen to them at night. They whisper to you, as in the title. And here the writing sometimes falters. It's not the strongest part of the game. Sometimes it's good, but when you're collecting those wishes and dreams, it doesn't always land. What does land is the ending, the trying to make that shot and what happens if you do or don't. I won't say whether I made my shot, but I will say that the ending was both honest and surprising for me. Number 8 is Xenotilt. This is a fantastic pinball game. It's got 3 wild levels or tiers to it. So many wonderfully looping paths for your ball. And it has some shmup elements too, not in the shooting so much, but in how it asks you to parse all this information on screen to keep track of things like bullet hell shmup can do. There's just so much, and learning Xenotilt means learning how to keep track of your ball amidst all of the visual noise. There's many interesting modes here, and though I haven't really been much into pinball since the 80s, I just really enjoyed playing this in kind of short daily bursts. Number 7 is Fall Structure. Now, I mentioned this game 2 videos ago, talking about great platformers, and it has stuck with me since then. Fall Structure is a platformer about falling, trying to get to the bottom of this elaborate, suspended heap of platforms. Gravity and momentum are kind of both your friend and your enemy here. And jumping is actually used primarily to steady yourself in your descent rather than to reach new heights. It's just a really focused, delightful inversion of many platformer pleasures with some very intense vertigo as well. And I thought this would be my platformer of the year, but it turns out there was one even better, and it is number 6, Megabonk. Now, I thought Megabonk would just be kind of a 3D Vampire Survivors, and it is kind of that. I didn't realize how much it would lean into platforming as a means of surviving, the insane hordes that come at you. Like Vampire Survivors, many of the pleasures here are of being overwhelmed and of likewise overwhelming the enemy. Seeing the screen, absolutely filled with enemies and projectiles and mayhem, it just doesn't get old. Nor did constantly trying to keep up with that invisible difficulty curve. You're riding a wave of difficulty that you can glimpse, but you can't directly see. You feel sometimes that you're just ahead or behind it, but you usually see that a little too late or a little too late to do anything about it. What pushed this past, these familiar pleasures for me was the differentiation of the characters and their movement abilities. Keeping yourself airborne, not just, like a double jump. You can get like 6, 7 jumps, septuple jumps. It was always risky to pull these off and thrilling. And I also appreciated that the game didn't go on forever. Once I'd fully beaten every stage of its 2 main levels, forest and desert, and the final bosses of each, and unlocked a bunch of characters and weapons and tomes. Not everything. Once I'd done that, I was good, and I walked away from this game both thrilled and satisfied. Now for number 5, I almost put Despelote on this list, but despite its excellence, it didn't really stick with me afterwards as much as I thought it would. I think maybe it was just too reassuring for me last May when I played it in that moment. A little too handsome. Instead, this game has stuck with me. Number 5, On to Mazeland Unto Infinity. Now, let me read its own self-description on its Steam page. It says, this is a first-person narrative horror game set in an alternate reality 1970s Iran. A playful childhood afternoon in Tehran descends into the trauma of the Iranian Revolution, transforms into a nuclear apocalypse, and concludes with the suicide of my uncle Ramin. I want to add that this experience, extremely powerful, short and very powerful, my experience was that of a fever dream. The initial setup of this game, as it describes, is full of kind of typical autobiographical indie trappings, exploring a home, looking at photographs, little notes, and then it just explodes into something else. Many something else's, actually. My Steam Deck even seemed to crash midway through playing. And yet I was so compelled, I pushed on through 1 frame per second for 10 minutes just to keep going. The whole game is full of just these stunning visions. And it's a game that's spiky. It's jagged, not handsome. It's often beautiful, but it's not handsome or reassuring like Despelote. And the ending uses some home videos overlaid on the screen to very powerful effect. I haven't been able to shake this brief game since I played it last November. Yeah, this game is free, and it just feels especially resonant right now, in March of 2026, amidst all of the evil attacks on Iran by the US and Israel. Next, my 4th best game of 2025 was Wednesdays. Now, this is an extremely honest game about sexual abuse. Specifically about abuse between older kids and younger kids, which sometimes gets less attention than abuse by adults. And it may not be common, but it's not rare either. I really appreciated Wednesday's handling of the complexity of the feelings involved, who you tell, how it marks you, how you even think about your own desires later, and the ambiguity of those memories that you have. It made me think about some of my own kind of weird but hazy, half-remembered experiences as a child. I also liked its formal experiments in getting at both the experiences and how we talk about them, including the main one is a theme park, game that gets kind of inextricably tied to those Wednesdays when the abuse happened. The writing and art are both very affecting, and I just found it to be a very powerful, very moving game. And what was most striking to me, like I said, was its honesty. Its honesty above all. Yeah. Number 3 is a game called Hardcoded. Now, Hardcoded is a cyberpunk point-and-click trans femme porn game. And it's not great for a porn game, and it's not great in spite of being a porn game. It is great because it's a porn game. And I'll explain why in the second part of this video. Number 2 is Blippo Plus. Now, Blippo Plus is a television simulator for an alien planet, and it's the best game I played in 2025 that was actually released in 2025. And I'm going to talk more about why it's so extraordinary in the second half of this video. Finally, number 1, the best game I played last year was The Binding of Isaac: Repentance. Now, not only is this the best game I played in 2025, but it is one of the best modern video games, period. One of the best of this quarter century so far. So I'm going to need to talk at length about why a little later in the second part of this video. So this leaves the last of my lists, the book lists. Starting with the worst, I only have 3. I usually only have a handful of worsts for books each year. So number 3 is Earth Angel by Madeline Cash. Now, I'm not going to get into this one too much because a year later, I don't remember it super well. It didn't leave a deep impression on me. What I do remember is that I really disliked it. It had this cool posturing in the prose that I found repellent. It's not funny. It's not clever. It's kind of edgelordy. It's short, but really repetitive. One tiresome note again and again, story after story. It's trying to be kind of transgressive, but its transgression felt kind of passé to me, like old-fashioned, despite its aggressive nowness. And also, whenever it tried to reach beyond whiteness to characters who were not white, it felt kind of weird, kind of icky, almost fetishizing at times. There was one story I remember that was kind of decent about a slumber party and some interesting inter-story connections. Overall, though, it just got worse for me as it went along, as it repeated itself, and it left me in the end with just the emptiest of feelings. Number 2 is Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson. I read this right before I got into Dungeon Crawler Carl. I was hungry for fantasy last year. And oh man, this book, Mistborn, left such a bad taste as to almost curb my fantasy hunger altogether. I'll explain why in the second part of this video. That leaves number 1, Strange Pictures by Uketsu. This is, simply put, one of the dumbest books I've ever read. And like with The White Lotus, I'm not going to talk about it later because I don't want to spend that much time or energy on something this stupid. I'll just say here that this is a puzzle box book. It's not a mystery. It's not horror, despite trying to play on the creepiness of children's drawing in this very tired way. It's a book that both constantly holds your hand and tries to perform all these sleights of hand to trick you. So everything is both explained in excruciating detail, and yet beforehand, everything is withheld in this false manner with all these goofy, unbelievable twists. The whole book is just a giant gimmick. It has extremely simplistic writing, not clear but dull, pedestrian, no flavor, no texture, no vitality, and not even like a flat affect. It's just limp, weak, immediately forgotten sentences, one after another. You know, for an author who hides their identity, Uketsu, we don't know who that is, in the end, nothing is hidden in this book. Everything is wrapped up, almost obsessively, as if the writer and the book can't handle a single ambiguity and instead requires absolute closure for everything, along with a sappy ending. There's just this profound fear of mystery in Strange Pictures, a fear of the unexplained, the unexplainable, a desperate need to obscure only to clarify later. I just felt there was something extremely childish at the heart of this novel. Like it's a deeply fearful book. It ultimately has this just extremely petty vision of the world. It's all like a game to no end. There's no play here. There's no people here. There's no voice. There's nothing but these convoluted plots and convoluted execution. False on false on false. All unbelievable. And just like I said, super dumb. Now, before moving on to my best books, I do have a number of honorable mentions this year. As I said, 2025 was a very good reading year for me. There were many books I could have put in my top 10, but didn't have room for. Last year, besides having a fantasy hunger, I also had this poetry hunger. So I'm going to talk about a few poetry titles. In my top 10, there are 4 books of poetry, but there are many beyond that that I think deserve a shout out. First, 2 books by Anne Carson. Her latest, Wrong Norma, was great, as well as her classic translation of Sappho called If Not Winter. Now, I'd read excerpts from this before, but never the whole thing, and it was fantastic. I've already read another Anne Carson this year, actually, and I'll probably read even more soon. Also, I want to mention June Jordan's wonderful collection, The Essential June Jordan, which I read after being so impressed with her in the excellent short film A Place of Rage. Look by Solmaz Sharif is an extremely powerful examination of the language of atrocity, which, though written 10 years ago, remains terribly, terribly relevant. Also, Joe Wenderoth's Letters to Wendy's, as in the fast food chain Wendy's. I really love this. I myself have a long history with Wendy's, though the narrator is sometimes repulsive and kind of wore me down by the end. Still very, very interesting. And finally, Zheng Xiaocheng's In the Roar of the Machine. In this collection, her early poems are about factory work and factory life. They're very good. But I think she actually improves over time, and the later poems in the collection, the more explicitly feminist poems, are even better. Next, another honorable mention, kind of poetry adjacent, is Austin Walker's Realis. Now, I knew Austin mainly through his games criticism before, but Realis is a kind of game manual for a diceless RPG he created. And it's honestly one of the coolest role-playing systems I've ever seen. I love its focus on sentences, definitional sentences, almost a kind of language as metaphysics, as what the real is, what we realize, realis. I love its collaborative storytelling, its foundation of trust that it's built on. I love its narrative trajectory from like archetypes to specific characters. Story kind of as a process by which the bones of broad ideas gather flesh and history and texture. I love the many details Austin's created, like his notion of the tragic success. This whole project just felt like a kind of RPG poetics, unlike anything I've seen before. Admittedly, I'm not very well versed in these sorts of things. I haven't role-played like this since I was a teenager, and even then I didn't use a system or dice. I was a control freak storyteller who was terrified of chance. I would peruse systems like GURPS, but I never actually use them. Anyway, Realis is simply the most excited I've been about role-playing in decades. The book that most made me want to take up role-playing again in some form. It actually inspired me to bring some modified role-playing into my classes this semester. Now, I almost put Realis in my top 10, but this isn't actually the complete edition. It's what's called an Ashcan edition, kind of an early access version. But I believe the final release is coming pretty soon this year, so Realis may very well be a contender for my best of 2026. Finally, I must mention the Chinese classic that I read throughout 2025, Journey to the West. Now, I started playing this after playing Black Myth Wukong in 2024, and up until the very end of the year, this past December, I was sure that it would be in my top 10. Then, after I finished the last volume, there's 4, I briefly considered putting it in my worst. So this whole reading experience was quite a journey, and though I decided in the end not to put it in either my best or my worst, I do need to talk about Journey to the West at greater length. So I'll do that in the second part of this video. So now on to my actual top 10 of 2025. Number 10 is Pick a Color by Suvankam Tamavongsa. This is a novel about one day in the life of a nail salon. And what I found most impressive about it was that the author, she's a poet, but she didn't succumb to making the prose overly poetic, as many poets turned novelists do. The main character here is terse and withholding, and Tamavongsa could have easily made her like either secretly lyrical inside or make her speak with that kind of, laconic, tough guy prose. She is actually a boxer in her life before this salon. That kind of prose that's, kind of unbelievable in its beauty, like certain stories of Hemingway or Cormac McCarthy or even some Raymond Carver. Tamavongsa doesn't do that. She sticks to her character, her life, her sensibility. There are moments of beauty in the novel, and they're real but fleeting, including the ending. Pick a Color is funny, especially at the expense of the white women customers. It is no nonsense. It is insightful, especially about salon psychology. It is always compelling and quietly moving, too. It's just really stuck with me since I read it last fall. Number 9 is Daughter of the River by Hong Ying. This is a raw, bracing, unsentimental book, exhilarating in its brutal honesty. The Chinese title is literally Daughter of Hunger, which I like even better as a title. This is an autobiography of the author's life in Chongqing during and directly after the Cultural Revolution, centered on when she turns 18. And this is another one of those books, like All Fours in 2024, that reminded me of the writer imperative to tell the truth. So Hong Ying is telling the truth about her experience of poverty, the truth about her experience of sex, about ambition, and especially about family, which in China really hates to have its secrets, its dirty laundry exposed. Its very reality exposed to outsiders. It usually hates that. Her approach to truth-telling isn't exactly typical among Chinese writers I've read, and I loved it. Number 8 is Eugene Onegin by Alexander Pushkin. So this was an absolutely thrilling reading experience, like stunning stanza to stanza. It's a testament to both Pushkin and the translator here, James Fallon. This is a novel completely in verse, with the profound constraint of a really kind of odd rhyme scheme. It's A, B, A, B, C, C, D, D, E, F, F, E, G, G. And I found that alternation, then repetition, then inversion just so exciting. You should do that almost 400 times. There's around 400 stanzas in this novel. And to still tell a coherent, almost natural flowing story is really just amazing. The story itself is fine. It's nothing too striking, though some of the characterization is quite good, and the end is fantastic. It's merciless. It leaves no quarter. It's been a while since I read Russian novels like I used to, but now I may have to return soon after reading Eugene Onegin. Number 7 is The Shadow Book of Ji Yun. Now, the subtitle of this is The Chinese Classic of Weird True Tales, Horror Stories, and Occult Knowledge. And Ji Yun is called Imperial Librarian and Investigator of the Strange. So the genre here is the Zheguai, or I guess literally the strange record, which can be traced back to Zhuangzi, my favorite Chinese philosopher. Ji Yun's tales started coming out in 1789 and bear some resemblance to Pu Songling's Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio, which was written about a century earlier. But for me, what really distinguished these stories from Pu Songling's was Ji Yun's voice. It just felt so modern, so sensible and reasonable, so familiar almost. It offers a skeptical, realistic take on unreal things. It's much more, Scully than Mulder. Many stories are told by Ji Yun's friends or reported by Ji Yun himself. So there's this first-hand or second-hand accounting mixed with a healthy dose of doubt that makes the stories all the more compelling. Some of this, I think, is because of the excellent translation by E. Izzy Yu and John U. Branscombe, who also provide some fascinating commentary at the end of the book. Ji-yoon's stories kind of take up the central Taoist notion of change, how things are constantly changing into other things, as well as questioning our knowledge, how people so often think that knowing one thing means you know everything. He asks early on this question, who sets the boundaries between thoughts and things? And then he considers, these weird stories he's heard in this very serious but approachable way. In the end, I found Ji-yoon's naturalistic approach to supernatural events just utterly captivating. On the other hand, I also love the opposite, as in number 6, Clarice Lispector's story collection Family Ties. The opposite of Ji-yoon here being this heightened, hyperbolic take on mundane, realistic things. Investing a more intense reality into everyday, believable things, not unreal supernatural things. Which, for me, this is just what happens when you're being a person in the world. I've been slowly working my way through Lispector's collected stories. She is perhaps my favorite prose writer. No one writes like her. No one else's sentences are like hers. And what's so striking to me is it's not with her writing this elegance or intelligence or precision or anything that we associate with being well written. In fact, she regularly goes against grammar, kind of ignores sentence construction as we know it, and makes the most interesting mistakes. Not in a flashy way, but in just saying, this is how life comes to me. She's amazing, and this collection is one of her best. Number 5 is Terror Counter by Fargo Nassim Tabaki. So this is the best book of poetry I read that was actually released in 2025. Tabaki is a Palestinian performance artist and writer, and there's this relentless searching here in this collection, a relentless experimentation of forms to contain and express and interrogate the world and his experience of it. I love Tabaki's reckoning with the smallest words. There's an early poem called Of, which pushes the tiniest of prepositions towards revelation. I loved his anger with American poets and American poetic practice. I loved his dense typographic landscape experiments in the form of what he names Gazan tunnels. My very favorite poem was the long central poem called Palestine is a Futurism. Now this poem deploys every form of the sentence, the imperative, the declarative, the interrogative, and the exclamatory, with such power and such precision, in all caps no less. It's just haunting and amazing. And the whole collection is just extraordinary. Number 4 is the complete poetry of Gerard Manley Hopkins. I guess this is the best classic poetry that I read last year. Hopkins' entire body of work is quite small, actually, quite manageable. I, before this, knew some of his poems like God's Grandeur and Pied Beauty, all things counter, original, spare, strange. Hopkins has some of the most thrilling punctuation in all of poetry to me. The turns he makes here, the punctuation is just electrifying, kind of like Virginia Woolf. I read his complete poetry slowly in late January and early February of last year in Yunnan province, while watching from afar the horrific first days and weeks of the second Trump administration, as I described in my last video. There was one poem that I kept coming back to. The first line goes, I wake and feel the fell of dark, not day. Those heavy, absolute, piercing monosyllables. I wake and feel the fell of dark, not day. Later in that same poem, he writes, I am gall, I am heartburn. God's most deep decree, bitter would have me taste. My taste was me. That line has been echoing in my head all year. My taste was me. Just extraordinary. Number 3 is The Butcher's Masquerade by Matt Dinneman. This book is number 5 in the Dungeon Crawler Carl series. It is thrilling, hilarious, and profoundly moving, and it's the best of what Carl has to offer, so far at least. I spoke in more detail about this book and the whole series in my last video, so if you're interested in why Carl is so great, you can check that out. Number 2 is INRI by Raul Zurita. This was the best book of poetry I read in 2025, full stop. I'd been looking for something like this for a long time now, something that could speak to and of the world in this moment. So I'll explain how this book did that in the second part of this video. That leaves number 1, the best book I read in 2025, A Leopard-Skin Hat by Anne Sayre. So this was the most electric and the most damning reading experience of the year, sentence to sentence. It was also my craziest post-reading experience in 2025, which I will describe in the second part of this video, which actually starts right now. I want to try something a little different in this second part with these 12 titles that I've noted in the lists. You know, with all my videos so far, I've kind of struggled with length, how much to plan, how much to improvise. With shorter things like these lists, I've kind of leaned into my notes to keep it moving, to keep it relatively lean. I think I've talked about 50 things here, so I had to move quickly. Here, though, with these 12, I want to try something less note-like, less writing-like, something looser and chattier, I guess. I'd rather edit it afterwards in Audacity instead of kind of beforehand in the notes themselves. So there may be some odd transitions going forward as I edit this. For these 12 that I've marked, 7 are bests, 4 are worsts, and 1 is kind of both, Journey to the West, which I mentioned. And I'm just going to get into like 1 or 2 main things about them that really struck me. I'm not going for something comprehensive here. I'm going to leave many things out. And I want to give some, personal context, tell a few necessary stories, make a couple of points without going on super long or trying to say everything. I mean, that'd be kind of long, but, Also, I'm putting these in alphabetical order by title here, kind of to mix it up a bit, to mix up the mediums, the rankings, and really just for fun. Also, I include articles in titles, a, an, and the, which means that the first one up is my best book of the year that I just mentioned, A Leopard-Skin Hat. So A Leopard-Skin Hat was written by Anne Sayre and translated from the French by Mark Hutchinson. Now, the thing about this book is it gave me a very weird experience, a very rare experience of disagreeing with those who also like the book. I often dislike things that others like, and sometimes I like things that others hate, but I rarely like something so much that others also seem to like, and yet I feel like I've read a different book than they did. I went into A Leopard-Skin Hat knowing nothing. I think I'd heard it mentioned on a booktube channel, and all I knew was that it had been nominated for the International Booker Prize, and this person said that the language was really wild. I may have known something else, but I bought it, and then a month or 2 passed, and I finally read it last June. So I went in knowing nothing about the plot. And let me say here, I said in my last video something about spoilers. I'm not very spoiler sensitive. But this story about this book is about spoilers, sort of. Because I went in knowing nothing, not even really the premise, maybe I knew something about how hard it is to know other people, something like that. But I basically knew nothing. So what I want to say is, once I tell my experience, that's a kind of spoiler. Once I tell what others saw in it, that's a different kind of spoiler. And it's hard to unknow those. So if you're at all interested in this book, and I've given you no reason to be, but if for some reason you are, you can just know that it is a book about a person called the narrator trying to make sense of his friend Fanny's life and death. That is the most basic way I can put it. Beyond that, yeah, you're going to read a different book based on if you listen to this or you even read ad copy. I read an ebook, so I did not read the back of the book because there was no back. I did not read like an Amazon description or even the Booker description. I knew nothing. So let me first just quickly say what my experience was like reading it pretty cold. So this is, right up front, about a narrator called the narrator, though it uses he, the pronoun he. And this narrator is trying to talk about their friend Fanny, who has died, and at relatively young, 43. And he's trying to understand her death and, like I said, her life. But almost immediately, the narrator is very weird. The way he talks is very suspect. He keeps doubling back on himself. And at first I just thought this is like an unreliable narrator. But he says some weird things right up front. Besides being called the narrator and yet a he, it creates this weird distance as if he is calling himself the narrator, but he's really writing it. Or there is yet another person one level beyond calling him the narrator. It's not clear at first or even later, but it creates this weird uncertainty about who's speaking and who he's speaking for, Fanny. Almost immediately, I noticed that Fanny herself, there was something up with her identity, with her body. One of the first things we learn is that she called herself Felix as a child. And the narrator always says Fanny, who called herself Felix, which means happy. It's like he insists on this. Felix means happy. He's insistent upon Fanny being happy as a child. But he's also diverging from Felix, this boy's name that she's given herself. And I thought, I know another word that means happy, in English at least. So immediately there's this kind of trans-narrative possibility, not confirmed. And then the narrator says other things about, that her body was alien to her. She was unaware of herself, unaware of her breasts. Her body is described in masculine terms. She has big biceps. The narrator calls them beefy. She has powerful hands that he says are more like tools than hands. And he just kind of goes on and on about these things that in a way that, is suspect. The narrator himself, this is just with her body and identity, not even getting into her mind yet, but the narrator himself is a man who claims to be a lover of literature, and I guess that's true. He says that literature saved him. He's one of those guys. I consider myself one of those people too. Not that it saved me, but really important to me. And he questions that Fanny, who also reads a lot, literature doesn't save her, and he doesn't know what to make of this. Can't seem to grasp that there's so many different kinds of readers. And he talks besides his own language being weird, he talks about his own life in this really weird way. It's very masculine. He's very male, and he once insists upon Fanny being female. And when he talks about his own life, there's a chapter near the end where he finally kind of talks about himself more directly, and he talks about this perfect love he has that Fanny's jealous of, that she can't deal with. And it's so unbelievable. He talks about his lover. He calls her his fawn over and over. It's like gross, but it just feels like a lie. It just feels like he's like making it up, or this is the story he tells himself, narrating to himself. Anyways, he just comes across as extremely unreliable. Not uninteresting, but I just couldn't believe anything he was saying about Fanny. And the Fanny he's describing throughout the book is someone who seems to have lots of ups and downs, multiple ways of fitting in the world or not fitting, multiple voices. She seems haunted, but like many of us are haunted. I related to the Fanny he was describing, and I related, unfortunately, to him as a narrator type. The things that she does that are so odd to him, one of the first ones he mentions is that she says, a child asks her for something, a piano or something, and she says no to the child without comforting the child, just says no explanation, as if this is some major crime. I mean, he clearly loves Fanny, and not just in this like brotherly way. There is way too much involvement, way too much interest here. When someone's too interested in someone. He has this concern, but honestly, his concern is that suspect kind that feels like, I don't know, I'm starting to think of him as like the ultimate concern troll, the way he worries about Fanny. He, or the narrative itself, is kind of self-aware, kind of meta about, does he know Fanny? He doesn't really know her. What can we know of other people? He admits that other people up until a certain age weren't really real to him, this solipsism. But I don't know. I found all of his kind of ways of bringing this up kind of excuses for himself. I find that kind of self-awareness as some sort of vindication or some sort of apology or excuse or something. I just find it tiring. And I just found the narrator insufferable. The longer you read him, it's insufferable. Late in the story, the word schizophrenic comes up. He brings this up around Fanny. And I immediately was on guard about the way that certain words, once they're deployed, can kind of collapse all possibilities, can overtake a story or a life. He starts questioning her I very directly, as if he doesn't believe her when she says I, which a man questioning a woman about her I while he uses he, I don't know. It ain't good. It's not good. He says at one point near the end that in the chapter at the very end where he's kind of trying to exalt Fanny, that there was something always trailing behind her, that she has this nameless company. You can imagine like a legion, right, of voices or something haunting her, when really in the narrative, the only thing that seems to be haunting Fanny is the narrator. It's him. He's trailing behind her, right? If Fanny has any problems, it seems to be the narrator who is the problem. And by the end, the narrator came off to me as a monster. What he does, narrating Fanny, felt monstrous to me. This phrase, the monster of narration, kind of came to my head, and the way that narration takes over things, eats them, digests them, refashions them. And it just, I don't know. I know this as a narrator type myself, like I said. I know that even beyond narrator types, other people, especially people who seem unhappy or troubled or not fitting, really can trouble people who fit or who think they fit. It's kind of the problem of other people's unhappiness, the way that that becomes a burden, the way that sometimes you want others to be happy for your sake because their unhappiness disturbs your happiness, right? The way that another's depression keeps you from being fully things to be all good. The questions that other people ask can disturb the answers you have. So I think this applies broadly to people. We can do this to people we love and people far away. This kind of monstrous narration. And particularly as a narrator type myself, if such a type exists, but I definitely identify with that, unfortunately. I felt while reading this a kind of called out, kind of seen in a bad way, like deeply unsettled. This narrator made me think a lot about Humbert in Lolita. Humbert is a monstrous narrator. The way he takes over Lolita, the way you can't glimpse her in the story, or only but glimpse her through what he allows. He's not just an unreliable narrator, famously, right? He's a monstrous narrator. And I've seen the effect of this when I've taught Lolita. I've taught Lolita in both America and China. And in both cases, they were an interesting book to teach. It's been many years since I did this. I haven't read Lolita in over 15 years. But when I taught it in China, the students got it a little quicker than in America, interestingly enough. But in the first time I taught it in America, I came to class after we'd done the first long reading. And the first thing that some students said, some of the women in my class, the young women, they said, well, Lolita's a slut. And I'd kind of prepared for this, but it still kind of caught me off guard. And I said to the young woman who said this first, and some others kind of like nodded, I said, how do you know that? And she said, it's right there. Look, it's in the book. And I said, no, how do you know it? Like, who told you that in the book? And she went, well, he did. Humbert did. And then the conversation went on from there as she at least doubted a little bit. This was in Iowa. It was a lot of very, very conservative. They were trying, but they hadn't encountered a book like this before, and understandably. But once I asked them to question who was telling the story and how do you know what you know, especially about Lolita, we definitely had a better discussion and considered what we could know what do we do when Humbert's the narrator? So I came out of my first reading of A Leopard-Skin Hat with this feeling of the monstrous narration, echoes of Humbert, and excited because this was like a thrilling read. It was a challenging one. It was like I said, unsettling one. So then I went online to see what others had said about it. And I think the first place I went was the International Booker website. And I saw the description of the book. And I need to read it because this like kind of gets at my experience. The description says that A Leopard-Skin Hat is the story of an intense friendship between the narrator and his close childhood friend Fanny, who suffers from profound psychological disorders. Now immediately I was like, whoa, wait. Profound psychological disorders? How do you know that? How in the world could I trust this guy, this narrator, to diagnose or to even like be real about Fanny and who he is and who he needs her to be? And here is the outside, the kind of the book are here, but some of this stuff is also in the Amazon description. It's kind of the jacket copy stuff. And I was like, oh man, if I'd gone in thinking that Fanny was suffering from profound psychological disorders, I would have read this differently. And I wasn't saying this was true. I was just kind of like feeling like my reading pushing up against this one and being like, what the fuck? It goes on to say on the Booker page, a series of short scenes paints the portrait of a strong-willed and tormented young woman battling many demons. Already I was like, tormented, battling demons, what? And of the narrator's loving and anguished attachment to her. This was creepy to me. His love is problematic at best, gross often, and anguished, as if like, poor him. What? It goes on. Sarah poignantly depicts the bewildering back and forth between hope and despair involved in such a relationship, while playfully calling into question the very form of the novel. I guess this is the narrator stuff that I mentioned. And I just like immediately was like, whoa. Like, what are you talking about? Why are you reading this trusting the narrator? The narrator is so obviously unreliable and even more, I think, monstrous. Like, what are you talking about? So I went down the page a little, saw a picture of Anne Sayre, Mark Hutchinson. And there's a part, what the judges said. And here it said, Anne Sayre's short novel is the deeply romantic telling of a platonic love story. The deeply romantic. I mean, platonic love story. What Fanny feels for the narrator is unknown. Like, you can't know it. Between the narrator and his complicated childhood friend Fanny, a story so beautifully realized and translated so sensitively by Mark Hutchinson that the pair become part of the life of the reader. That's yucky. A perfectly balanced book, slender in size but bearing significant weight all the way through. A Leopard-Skin Hat is testament to the ways in which we continue to hold the people we love in our memories with respect and dignity after they die. And I thought at this point I'd lost my mind, or actually I thought they had lost their minds. The way in which we continue to hold people we love in our memories with respect and dignity, the narrator cannot offer any of that to Fanny. Right? This book is not a memorial to Fanny. It is some sort of like excavation or interrogation of this narrator's twisted attachment to Fanny and attachment to his need to explain her, to understand, quote unquote, her. I've always hated like the kind of like quotes and blurbs. I know this is part of the business, talking about the human spirit, the triumph of the human spirit, and all this kind of like poptimist, literary poptimist bullshit. And I just, ugh. So I was at this point kind of like, I had seen some of this on Amazon. I had seen a few Goodreads reviews. I looked around a little, not too much yet, because I was already disturbed, but I was kind of like, oh, what the hell? And then just, and I think at this point I could have gone away being like, thinking these guys are dumb. Or like, you didn't read the book carefully, or you needed it to be a certain way. I don't know. I'm not going to like get into it with them. But I just thought you did not read the book that I read. And in fact, I think you misread it profoundly. But then I went down the page a little more. And Anne Sayre, the author, has a quote. And she says, "My book tells the story of an intense, difficult friendship between the narrator, so-called, quote, parentheses, he has no other name, and his childhood friend Fanny. The narrator, as the name suggests, spends his life telling stories. So already, what she's saying sounds more reasonable. It's a little closer to the book I read. Fanny, meanwhile, suffers from serious mental problems. I wrote the book after the suicide of my younger sister at the age of 43, with whom I had an intense bond. I wanted to create a memorial to her, one that was as beautiful as possible. Now, it is not so easy for me to dismiss this. I mean, I believe in death of the author. But this is death of the author's sister. And I know this book was written quite a while ago, 2008, I think, the original French. Just translated recently to get the Booker thing. And I thought, okay, this may be even what inspired the book. Suicide leaves so many questions behind, the loss of her younger sister, who she's intensely close to. And I thought to myself, what do I do with this? So I decided to go back and read it a second time, about a while later. I just kind of sat with it. I still had this fundamental feeling that, no, that's not the book. That's not the words on the page. That's not the book. Understanding my reading is just my reading. But I felt very strongly, this is not the book you wrote. But I didn't want to go look up interviews and try to I'm not going to do some sort of investigation and try to put the pieces together and square my reading with her. And I'm fine to let them be. But I thought after a while, after some time passes, I'll read it again. And so I did more recently. And I found reading it a second time a bit, honestly, haunted by the diagnosis. This is the danger of these diagnoses, right? That word schizophrenic, serious mental problems, profound psychological disorders. Though it's coming from outside the book, I started to see Fanny in this way. It's not like I don't think schizophrenia is real. I do. I think that many mental illnesses, I think they're real. But I think at the same time, they can really foreclose a lot of possibilities, really narrow things and kind of give you an answer. And sometimes an answer is wanted. But in this case, with the novel, even with the narrator here, it seems to overdetermine a lot of things in a dangerous way. And so I was both aware of that, but also feeling haunted by Anser's own story more than the judge's. And yet, when I finished it, my reading was largely the same as my first. If I take what's in the book, not what's around it, as my authority, I have no real basis to diagnose anything about Fanny. And certainly not to trust the narrator. That she died, that she had times of profound unhappiness. It's just not enough. And the distrust I have for the narrator, and frankly disgust at times, dude's really gross, are there. They're still all there. And so I came back feeling like this is the book I read. Granted, I relate, like I said, to the narrator in uncomfortable ways, but I wasn't really looking for a self-indictment here. And I wanted to take somewhat seriously what I saw, at least Anser saying, but I also thought to myself, for something written a long time ago, I don't know when she gave this quote, if it's so many years later, and how maybe she wants to think about the book. Or it may have been, again, writers start with an idea, they think it's about something, and then they do the work and they write the book. And it's certainly not always what you think it is. It's sometimes not even what you think it is. It really is complicated, and it can get away from you in some profound ways. And I think from my understanding of intense, difficult relationships and narrator types, as Anser is too, this seems to me to be more than a memorial to her sister, more than beautiful, though it's that too, and instead a real, self-indictment, a real kind of pushing on your own relationship to this person, to your own faults, making the narrator here a man and questioning Fanny's gender so explicitly. I don't know, it it turned, I think, into something else, something more self-incriminating, something more self-doubting. And that's, when someone you love dies by suicide, there's many emotions involved. You can be extremely angry at them. You can also be extremely angry at yourself. And there's just so many feelings involved. And I feel like there's so many feelings in this novel, it's to its credit, that I can't square what she says about it now with the book that I read. But I also care more about the book that I read than anything around it. And to be honest, with some time now looking back on it, it seems to me like the judges, these literary people, and it's not just the Booker Prize. I saw other reviews. I'm not deep diving into this because that's really not what I enjoy doing. That kind of internet detective work is boring to me and frankly fit for other kinds of YouTube videos. But I feel like the literary people here, of which I acknowledge my own, that I'm one of them too, refuse to see what is plainly in the text to me. I feel like they refuse to see themselves as narrator types reflected back so ickily, so monstrously. Readers, self-satisfied readers for whom books are life, for whom books are saviors, like the narrator in this novel, like, many of these judges, like me. It's so easy to make, to kind of justify yourself with this, to say, I know better, The truth is, I know this type because like I said, I'm one of them, and I gotta say, we, narrator types, are as deluded as anyone, maybe more, because we think we're not, because we think we're in control, because we think we have some special insight or some special view of the thing. And I reading all these people, I just thought, fellow narrators, are we strong enough to turn that high-powered perception back on ourselves? Are we? I don't know. I don't want to just examine yourself, be self-aware, just to add it to the narration of ourselves, some sort of a neurotic self-consciousness, some postmodern like meta play. I'm grow quickly bored of that. But I wonder if narrator types and the narrator in many people who are not as strongly identified with the narrator but can go that way, we can all narrate other people. Not just unfairly or wrongly, but just unnecessarily, right? Can we look at what we're doing, look at it straight, and not just comment on it or be aware of it, but do something about it? See it, admit it, actually reckon with the monster of narration. This book made me want to reckon with that, made me think about how to reckon with that in my own life. And as far as the Booker goes, and the ad copy surrounding it, I saw no reckoning whatsoever. The next A is the Netflix show Adolescence. This was my third worst show of the year. It's a crime drama centered on the aftermath of a 13-year-old boy, Jamie, stabbing a girl at his school, Katie, to death. It's just 4 episodes, and each one is in real time, in one long, continuous take. This is the trick of the show. And as I said in my lists, I felt Adolescence was a piece of anti-youth propaganda, a piece of parent fear-mongering, something screaming that the kids are not all right, right? So, a few problems I have. One is a formal one, and that is its use of real time. Real time is not used much in film or TV because it's technically difficult and narratively unwieldy. When it is used, whether strict real time or just, approximated real time, tends to be a crisis. Real time is a crisis. If we think of famous examples like Hitchcock's Rope, High Noon, Cleo from 5 to 7, Run Lola Run, Before Sunset, shows like 24 or now The Pit, it is a crisis. It is putting us in the middle of that crisis often. Can be used very powerfully, but it's rare. It's rare. Here, the real time is not used on the crime itself or the lead up. It's all used on the aftermath, in the wake of this parental hysteria. It's used kind of vaguely to evoke the invisible internet demon manosphere that's all around but never seen. Episode 2 focuses on Jamie's school on a very bad day. The kids seem to be running wild there. It paints a picture of kids these days in a very bad light. And it all plays, the real time in every episode, it plays like a parental panic attack. That is the show's true point of view. Despite whoever's on screen, however the camera, twists itself to convey all the information cleverly, that is the true point of view of the show, of the real time and why it's being deployed to evoke this crisis. Narratively, there's some problems I had too, one being Jamie. You meet Jamie and get to see him up close in episode 3, and this is not just like some normal kid corrupted by, incel culture or the manosphere. This is a boy who stabbed a girl to death with a knife. And then he wants credit for being a gentleman who didn't grope her when she was lying there bleeding to death. This is not some representative of kids these days. This is Jamie has some serious problems. The manosphere, incel culture, that doesn't help. But this is not just some everyday kid. Katie, I thought that the show was surely, in all of its concern for Jamie, going to give some of that concern to Katie. But what do we know about Katie from these 4 episodes? Virtually nothing. There's this casual kind of victim blaming. She sent nudes. She called Jamie an incel online and humiliated him. And this is countered by practically nothing about Katie herself. The show is so consumed with concern for little Jamie that it can't be bothered to bend and stretch its real-time conceit to include her. What was worse to me was that at one point it pays lip service to this very fact, the fact that victims are often forgotten and all attention goes to the killers. The show directly says it. And at this point when I was watching, I was already okay, let's switch gears now. Let's give Katie and her family some of this real time. But no, the show never focuses on Katie at all. It's supposed to be enough just mentioning that victims are forgotten, to say they are aware. As if self-awareness alone ever saved anyone, ever saved any piece of art. It would have been better for them to never mention it at all, rather than to say it and then to do nothing. Because it's like they're saying, it's not that we don't know, it's that we don't care. All of this comes together in, under this title, this bullshit title, adolescence. The weight of that, the summation of it, the projection of it, really. Because this show has no insight about Jamie, about kids these days, about all the stuff that led to this. No real deep insight. It is just a shallow gloss, parent fears obscuring the world. In fact, it's not adolescents who are the problem. It is the adults who are clearly the problem here. Adults who made the internet, who designed it, who regulate it. Adults who are the grifters and Nazis and manosphere influencers online. It's adults who made this very world, who elected all the fascist monsters leading this world that Jamie and Katie were born into. Jamie aside, the kids are not just all right. The kids are all right. They are right. Because I guess what I want to say to fellow parents and to adults, really, after a show like Adolescence, is 2 things. One, the world has changed. It is changed. And the experience of aging is increasingly one of falling out of step with the world, of feeling left behind, being forgotten, facing irrelevancy. So many things that you think are fixed, are stable, are not. So many things that you found meaningful mean nothing to kids these days. And I guess at some point, you gotta get over that. You gotta stop acting so fucking old. The world has changed. Your world is over. My world is over. Okay, so what? So you open yourself to the world as it is. You learn and you change with it, instead of wringing your hands and longing for the past. But also, I think, too, you have to recognize that the world hasn't changed in some ways, not nearly enough. If we adults get real about our own adolescence and remember it correctly in all of its complexity, and we remember that misogyny and patriarchy and bullying were everywhere in our youth. The manosphere used to just be the world, the whole world. So I guess I just feel like, adults and these parents, of which I'm one now, I'm a parent, need to calm the fuck down about kids these days, listen to them because they're usually right, and just, I don't know, get real about adolescence. Stop it with these shallow, fancy pants, very special episodes, and grow up. Moving on to the B's now. We have Blippo Plus. This is a game that knows absolutely that the kids are all right. It was my second favorite game last year and the best game I played that was actually released last year. When I first started this, I was charmed by it. I found, as I said, it's a television simulator of sorts, broadcasting from an alien planet. And yet it uses the style, kind of the cable styling of 80s and 90s shows, a time I grew up in. Should be familiar to me. And yet I wrote a note to myself that said the recent past is an alien planet. Like, it just seemed to work perfectly that something not that long ago in the past still felt alien. And in the fiction of Blippo Plus, it is an alien planet. It worked immediately for me. It made sense. And it was clever. It was charming. I thought I got it when I first played it. Oh, this is kind of funny. And then it kept going. It fully commits to the simulation. You get a new download. I think this was originally released like weekly, but when it came out on Switch, where I played it, you could download them once you had seen so much of a certain week. So there were like, I don't know, 9 or 10 different downloads that you got meant to simulate weeks. And over those weeks, it really committed to its fiction, to its aesthetics, to its world building, to its narrative. It has quite a narrative going over those 10 weeks. And it really simulated, the kind of watching something over time. At least I parsed it out. I guess I could have done it all in one day, but I parsed it out over 1 or 2 weeks just to give it a little time to breathe. Now, I know this as a game, some might question how it's a game. There's not a lot of choice or interaction, but I tend to take a very broad definition of games. It says it's a game, so I'll treat it that way. I tend to think of games as media objects with, I guess, explicitly unclear borders. There's this fundamental uncertainty, formally, about borders and interaction, about what are the limits of the thing, what I can do. When I'm reading a book, the limits are clear. It can play games within those limits, but I know what the limits of the thing are. With a movie, there may be extraneous, like larger universe things they're tying in and stuff, but they're still discrete objects. With a game, I don't always know what that limit is. I think it's why secrets are still kind of at the heart of games, because there is something about uncovering those limits and playing a game in most games. And here, I was always not quite sure what else might happen. I don't think there was a lot more to it besides changing the channel. But I think changing the channel, it's an interaction. It does determine order. It seemed really important to me that the simulation goes on without you. It doesn't pause while you're looking at one channel. So, each show is very short, so it kind of rolls around. But it contributed a lot to the reality, to the fiction, that it kept going while I wasn't watching. And the way that I flipped around, it didn't change things, but it did determine my experience. I sometimes think that, changing the channel, gets kind of a bad rap. But there's something about how we decide to change a channel, at least back in the days when flipping on live TV was the case. I guess it's a little different with streaming. But something very instinctual about changing a channel. It's something very primal about whether something's holding your attention or not. And when you click on, oh, that's not interesting, that's not interesting. Oh, maybe there's something here. And the way that you catch things incomplete. I think I've seen the last half of Aliens about twice as much as I've seen like the whole movie, because I've caught it on TV in the middle so many times, and then it got my attention and I watched it till the end. So I think this is significant. I think it's interesting, and I think it is playing on something that is a bit below consciousness, or at least something that we respond to before we know why. We change the channel, and it's not only our conscious mind at work. There's something else. Anyway, as a TV simulator, video games have many simulators. They simulate many different kinds of things. Television is legit for that. And personally, I just have a very deep love of television. When I think back, it was really my first media love. Before books, before I could read, before games. I had an Atari early on, but I didn't fall in love with games until the NES. Movies weren't available, except going to a theater, which as a child I couldn't go to, but TV was there for me. TV was a window to the wider world. As an introvert, it really gave me access to something beyond my home, to life out there that was going on its own schedule without me. TV Guide was a fascinating thing to look at to me. And it set up certain things that in their repetition, TV involves a lot of repetition, especially with shows you watch. The centrality of theme songs, of the parts of shows that repeat and give you that kind of gateway into them. So it's their time now. They are on. I don't know. I've always been very interested in this. And I think Blippo Plus does that great. In some way, there are some shows which I like the intro. I like the repeated part more than the show. That's what kind of sticks with me. And I would look forward to that and feel the charm and the sort of, the way it activates some part of me to pay attention in a different way. And just the individual shows. There were so many good shows in Blippo Plus that I loved. Whenever Boredom came on, the show with the teenagers, The Rubber Report, Naomi Lifto, I loved her. They have a temporary show called Do You Party, which they, when they become aware that we're watching them, they try to intentionally program to us, wondering if we party, if we do other things. I actually found the kids in Boredom extremely funny. Some of the questions they would ask about the aliens, like how different we were if we had two butts, dumb stuff like that. It was very funny. There's a show called with the psychic Barbara Lightworker, which I just found very charming, about psychic weather. Yeah, and again, it wasn't the individual shows always, but the repetition of them, the musical cues, the way that it would kind of take up space in my mind. And build a world, there's constant intimations of world beyond. It was a very indirect form of world building that was really delightful. And then the bigger narrative, as I said, this show knows the kids are all right. It knows that those kids in Boredom, Birdie and the rest of them, they are the key to this. And the larger narrative here about the Bend, this space-time anomaly that makes communication between their world and ours possible, and that the kids become fascinated with and begin to see as a kind of like turning point. The Bend becomes a kind of awareness that you take on, a turn, a revolution. That phrase of get bent as an insult it has a different resonance. It's great. And it even, in its kind of loopy crossing of worlds, when Michael Zero appears and starts saying some like crazy bent stuff, like all of us together on the inside, I was like, yeah, all of us together on the inside. Anyway, Blippo Plus was a fascinating game, TV simulator, so charming, and I feel like insightful about the TV experience and about the revolutionary potential within that. Maybe mostly untapped, but there. And it made me, pretty excited about other ways that games might evoke the power of other media and bend them a little bit, make us feel them a little anew, or just, frankly, enjoy them once again, because there is something lost about Blippo Plus. It is evoking a lost aesthetic, and not just in its stylings, but in the very flipping of channels. This seems like something. It's not gone. I mean, we scroll, we flip through, everything's available, but nothing's interesting. There's different versions of this experience, but I think flipping between different possibilities on a streaming service or an endless stream of short videos or something is not quite the same as flipping through these little self-contained worlds in television that live on their own time in their own space and getting, a little access to that, feeling kind of a fellow feeling with that distant world, even if not on another planet. And just turning it on in the background, it can be great background in a way that doesn't require you. And that's kind of a relief in the way that flipping through Netflix or scrolling on your phone that requires you, it's not background. In fact, the fact that it's foreground kind of ruins a lot of things sometimes. Anyway, a fascinating game, and I really loved it. Now we skip C and go to D, which means we move from the best game released in 2025 to the worst. That is Death Stranding 2 on the beach. Now, in the lists, I described it as a hack work, the work of a hack. And this may sound strange given that Hideo Kojima, the creator, director of Death Stranding and Death Stranding 2, is kind of known as like the premier auteur of video games. So calling him or this work the work of a hack requires a little explanation. My own history with Kojima goes way back. I played Metal Gear on the NES, didn't like it that much, but I really liked Metal Gear Solid on the PlayStation. I played its sequel, half of its sequel actually. I think it was a rental that I ran out of time on. I liked what I played, the half. I really liked Snake Eater for a long time. That was my favorite of his games. I missed 4, and I hated Ground Zeroes deeply. And then Metal Gear Solid 5 was pretty good. Some problems, but I mostly liked it. And then came Death Stranding. Death Stranding really caught me off guard, the original. I played it the first week it came out, before the updates, which I've heard has changed it quite a bit, maybe more in line with Death Stranding 2. Anyway, this original experience of mine was quite extraordinary. The entire thing was just the most amazing experience of landscape, of materiality, both the ground beneath my feet and the cargo on my back. An extraordinary experience of like opening your heart to connection, Sam's heart, to this child on his chest, to vulnerability itself. So when Death Stranding 2 was approaching, I was kind of mixed feelings. I was excited because I liked Death Stranding 1 so much, but I've been up and down with Kojima over the years. And wasn't sure what to expect. Now I saw 2 interviews before it came out that struck me and that made sense once I'd played it. One of them was where he described how he had playtested the game and was disappointed to find that the playtesters liked it too much. It wasn't divisive enough. They enjoyed it. And he kind of boldly went back to his team and like, make it weirder, make it more divisive. Now this to me sounded strange. And having played the game now, I really feel like it is true that like people like it more. It's easier to like. It is more approachable. It's more like other video games. And him kind of raising the alarm like this as if he had tried to push back, I don't know. It strikes me as a case of really covering his ass. It's like he knows. He knows what he made, I think. No matter how, kind of loopy the story can go, he knows mechanically at the core what he made here that I'm about to criticize. 2, the other interview was, I think, more honest, and it was where he basically complained about not having enough freedom these days. He has his own company, he's out from under Konami, Kojima Productions, and yet he feels like he can't just make the games he wants because he is responsible for his team, for their paycheck, for health insurance. He needs to make sure the games succeed so the company can make another game, and that this limited his freedom about the games he wanted to make. This sounded at the time more honest to me, and having played the game, it seems much more at work in what we have here. If you're going to try to replicate past success, repeating yourself, refining it, doing what worked before, going back to the well, even though the well of Death Stranding 1 is a weird well to go to. But anyway, that's pretty typical. And in some ways, hack work is the work of repetition. But with Death Stranding 2, I think it's actually much worse than that. It's much worse than simply a repeat of Death Stranding 1. Death Stranding 1 was such a singular game, such a singular experience for many players like myself, And it's not simply repeated here. It is improved, quote unquote improved, which really ruins what made the original so singular, so special. I kept thinking while playing Death Stranding 2 of a line from the Joni Mitchell song Big Yellow Taxi that goes, "We paved paradise and we put up a parking lot." And yes, Death Stranding, it feels sometimes like a parking lot to fuck around in with all these toys, do donuts, hang out with your friends. But it was the verb there, paved, that I was really thinking of. Paved paradise. The entire experience of Death Stranding 2 is now paved. It is smooth. It is frictionless. There's nothing rough, nothing awkward, nothing unexpected, and thus nothing memorable. Everything's paved. No car wheels on a gravel road. No gravel. No texture at all, really. This pavedness describes not only the experience of its systems, its menus, its missions, its affordances, but to the very thing you do, because this is no longer really a walking simulator like the first game. It is much more a driving simulator, a very boring, less interesting driving simulator. You can carry everything with you at all times. Early on, you get access to a truck, kind of a mobile home, and you don't need to make choices about what to take with you. You can kind of have everything all of the time. You don't need to plan ahead your route or anything like that. You keep getting tools and devices you can store in your truck, and every tool is fitted to what comes next. You don't really need to experiment. It's just parsed out to you regularly with each mission. Every piece kind of fits. You don't need to have much anxiety or anticipation. You don't really need to worry about making mistakes. It's all fun toys, play your way. Everything works. All playstyles are valid. And it makes the world of Death Stranding 2 a totally safe, cozy almost space. To do this, it makes this move towards what feels like, as you're playing, this terrible efficiency and automation. All the improvements are meant to maximize your trips, make them more efficient, minimize waste. There's almost like a tech bro AI logic at the heart of this. At least we would phrase it that way now, I guess. And it's become fully realized in the sequel. Admittedly, this hits different now in 2025, last year, versus 2019 when Death Stranding came out. In our AI world now, this logic is kind of a familiar justification for all sorts of vile bullshit. And, for a game who originally its primary joy was slow, awkward walks across the earth, for it all to be streamlined now just takes out the whole reason for being. It streamlines everything. It streamlines the combat. There's a lot more of it now in Death Stranding 2, and it's so boring. I don't know when sneaking into an enemy encampment and methodically taking it over, dominating it, became like one of the main things we do in video games. I don't understand why that's the case. But even when you're fighting in Death Stranding 2, there's little difference in BTs and people with what weapons you choose, what you bring with you. It's not like Geralt and his silver sword to take care of monsters, switching between that. Instead, everything applies to everything here. There's lessening of differences. Everything is kind of subordinated to enjoying these universal military toys. It's the whole experience now. There's no pushback from the environment, no pushback from the systems. There's no real journey. You're just kind of gliding over a smooth surface, gliding over all. There's no boldness to it, no strangeness, no controversy, despite Kojima claiming to want that. I'm sure he does want it, but it's not here. There's no tripping in this game. That sounds like a small thing. Most games you don't trip. But in Death Stranding 1, you could trip over a little stone and it could just totally ruin your day, ruin your trip, right? You have all this stuff on your back. You could trip, and if you didn't rebalance immediately, you could fall in a river, fall down the mountain, everything, all your cargo laid out. And here, I literally kept trying to trip myself, running, think I see a stone, it's not really there. It's the whole philosophy of the game now, no tripping. There's no need to be careful because the game won't let you make mistakes, so you don't need to worry. But the thing is, I want to worry. I don't want this cozy, safe, frictionless, worry-free space. I want to fucking worry. Because it's already safe. It's a video game. Video games are safe. So let me worry meaningfully, memorably, in the inherently safe space of a video game. Let me worry. And this is where we get to the story problems too. They're connected to this approach to the mechanics. How does Sam's grief walk across Australia, which is what this is, how does Sam's grief walk make sense with all of these improved, easier, more fun, I suppose, gameplay mechanics? You know, is this supposed to be some elaborate commentary on how we distract ourselves from pain and loss with toys and games and smooth, frictionless technology? I mean, that would be a generous interpretation. I don't think that's what this game is doing at all. This game is not critical in this way at all, or even very self-aware in any meaningful way. This game is enabling. Like most video games, it enables us to avoid the friction of reality. I mean, video games are kind of enablers by design. At least many of them are. That's why the early playtesters liked it. That's what, Kojima was claiming to push back against, that enabling of fun, easy fun. It's what he claimed to be afraid of. I mean, he had good reason to be afraid of that. He didn't fix it, no matter, how big a talk he talked. Walking with Sam's grief, Sam being debilitated by it, could have been really, really interesting. Like a really profound constraint. But no one wants to play that, I think the game decided, or Kojima decided, or the team decided. No one wants to do that. Worse than that even, I think that Kojima decided early on that no one wants to worry about Lou either. Lou, your daughter, Sam's daughter. Either that or he didn't think much about it at all. I don't know how this game was developed, but as a sequel, it reminded me in ways of The Last of Us Part 2. The last game of this scale and kind of caliber as awful, as horrible in so many ways. I mean, Last of Us Part 2 is horrible in some different ways than this, but the scale of their failure is similar. And I remember when I played The Last of Us Part 2 thinking, how did they come up with this story? How do they decide that this is what would follow that famous ending of The Last of Us, now Part 1? And I don't think that Naughty Dog, sat down and thought, what happens next? And then they thought that through, felt it through, and then designed gameplay around it. Instead, I think they thought, what story can follow that uses the gameplay we already have? Right? This engine, these mechanics, we've developed these, we've refined them. What story can be told with these? Because we're not going to design a whole new system just because you came up with some new story, Neil. I don't think that's what happened. So I don't think this is unusual. I think that with sequels, story follows gameplay. It's not gameplay follows story. And I think this is true in Death Stranding too. I don't think that Kojima at the end, the open-hearted ending of Death Stranding 1, whether he even imagined making a part 2, thought what's going to happen next, and he just kind of freely felt that through, and then came back to the team and said, okay, let's design some mechanics to explore this. Instead, the mechanics were a given. Refined versions of these mechanics. And the story followed from that. And so, because the story follows that gameplay, follows all those refinements and improvements, there's no real room for the story that was opened up at the end of Death Stranding 1. A story of Sam's vulnerability, right, with Lou. A child is the most profound vulnerability that you can have. This vulnerability outside your own body. And there's just no room for that here in this world with these toys and mechanics. There's no room for Lou. So she got to go. I mean, I thought, what would it even look like? And came into when I was thinking about what's Death Stranding 2 going to be like before I played it. what are they going to do, right? Lou's a given now. Is this going to be a game of like all escort missions or some sort of tether to Lou, this live vulnerability, this child? I thought if anyone can come up with some wild new ways to do an escort mission, that dreaded video game mission, make a whole game about it, right? To make meaningful gameplay out of this sort of vulnerability, it's Kojima. He can really come up with stuff sometimes. Children are, the ultimate encumbrance, and the first game took encumbrance very seriously. But here, with Death Stranding 2, we have the fantasy of unencumbrance. Nothing weighing you down but your invisible, unacknowledged grief. I think that's much easier to program than Lou herself. So what this means is that we now have, in Lou, not a bridge baby, but a fridged baby. The chance to explore Sam's vulnerability with Lou is completely lost. We just have a reset, a very typical video game reset. So there's no meaningful emotional development from Death Stranding. There's just kind of Sam's silence and violence, I guess. I mean, you may not kill people exactly, but this game is so much more violent than the first. And then, in place of developing Sam's vulnerability, developing his relationship with Lou, developing how a game might involve caretaking. Wow. Having a man with a child and what you do in the world. Even if you're still walking everywhere, you're still delivering cargo, how are you gonna handle that? Instead, we get tons of end revelations in the big story, big brain bullshit monologues that Kojima is famous for, and these reveals on reveals, just, the dumbest shit. It just, Death Stranding 2 just can't tell an honest human story about loss even, about death. It always does this, meta nonsense, these insanely stupid guitar battles and kaiju mech battles, and the first game, don't get me wrong, had a lot of dumb shit too. But it truly did have an open heart. It had a fundamental emotional courage, one that was not offloaded onto women as it is here. But it was on Sam, kind of unavoidably. He wore his heart on the outside of his body with Lou. And the end of Death Stranding was genuinely moving. I still think about it. I don't cry much in games. Games don't evoke that very often. But when Lou comes out of the womb, the artificial womb, and seems to die, and Sam, it's a lot. I didn't even have a child back then. It was really moving. But the final note of Death Stranding 2 is just this giant emotional flinch, like a complete inability to face feeling, to face your daughter. And so this, for me, is the heart of hackdom. Being a hack, creating a hack work. And that is emotional cowardice. You repeat, you deny, you go nowhere out of cowardice. You can say, it's improved in the game, that it's better, but that's just so much worse. It's just so much worse when you do all of this out of emotional cowardice, which I think that the story of this just completely bears out. The story and the gameplay both. As a hack, what you do through your emotional cowardice is you betray yourself. You betray yourself. So this is, to me, the perfect video game sequel to a problematic, thorny original, which I guess is to say that video game sequels are, by and large, hack work. Emotionally cowardly gruel, nothing truly challenging, all comfort food, where we betray ourselves as players regularly and call it fun. The subtitle of Death Stranding 2 kind of gives it away, On the Beach. In Death Stranding's world, the beach is the place where time stands still, where it breaks down and there is no moving forward. And the beach is really kind of a synecdoche of the game itself, of Death Stranding 2 as a whole. The beach is a small part that kind of stands in for the whole. It represents it. like the loot cave in Destiny 1. This whole game is on the beach, just like so much of gaming is on the beach. I know this is named after a post-apocalyptic novel, but I suspect Kojima knows this. I think he knows what he made. He's not dumb. And he can make amazing things, and he can make truly shitty things. He contains multitudes. I think he knows it's on the beach, this whole fucking game. What I came away thinking from Death Stranding 2 was just how there is this fundamental stasis, the beach, at the heart of video games. True change in games is actually undesirable. It's undesirable, to the gameplay loop, to game companies making money, to game players seeking comfort. Games try to keep us in this regressive, steady state, unable to move forward. So Kojima here has not just made a monumental piece of hack work, emotionally cowardly hack work, but he's also managed to make hacks of us who played it. I mean, he loves to involve us. Read our memory card, right? Loves to point at us. So you make hack work, you make hacks of us too. And so this, it makes it not just for me the worst game of 2025, but really it's like the worst of gaming itself. That deep part of games which keeps us looking away, which keeps us in place, which makes us cowards about our feelings, which makes us betray ourselves, which ultimately makes hacks of us all. Moving on now to the H's, and frankly a better kind of hack. There's my third favorite game of last year, Hardcoded. So, like I said before, Hardcoded is not great for or in spite of being a porn game, but because it's a porn game. Without the porn, it's just a very good cyberpunk trans femme game. The writing is mostly very good, the characters are vivid and charming, the cyberpunk trappings are familiar but compelling, especially the plot about everyone in the city becoming super horny because of this leaked substance. But the real focus of Hardcoded is not the plot, which I put off as long as possible playing the game. The focus is getting to know all the characters that you meet and have sex with most of them. The focus of your choice in the game is who to pursue and how far to go. And Hardcoded doesn't gamify this. It's not like you're trying to woo different people and do special things to get their attention. Everyone is available. Like I said, the background story is everyone being super horny. And pursuing one person doesn't lock out anyone else. Your character here is named HC. You're a trans femme robot. And you pursue other trans women and a few cis women. And there are some boys around the edges in kind of one-off scenes. And with this trans femme focus, there is a tremendous variety of personalities, bodies, styles, preferences, relationship types. It's up to you to explore and see both what you like and who you are. Because this is also a story of identity, of discovering who you are through what you like. I found the whole use of porn as exploration to be really exciting, even kind of inspiring. All the people you might be or become through different positions and relations. It really engages your imagination, like good porn, and it lets you explore this in a safe way. The primary choice you make in each scenario is really one of consent. You can stop any time. While you don't have an avatar to move around, this is a point-and-click game, it still got me thinking a lot about virtual bodies and control and the inherent erotics of playing video games. How stimulation and anticipation and arousal are in so many game bodies, even if not explicitly sexual. All my life I've controlled different characters, been different characters in video games. And this uncertain merging with a virtual being, I think it's inherently erotic. It's a play of desire. I even think sometimes that I prefer the third person to first person in games because I really want to see the body of the other, the character, to feel the push and pull of identification, to feel my pronouns slip as I say I or she or they, call my character me or her or them or by their name. Now that I think about it, I've never in 40 plus years of gaming given a character my own name. What I found in hardcoded more specifically, it's maybe a little hard to talk about, like what I found hot. At least I'm not experienced talking about this in public. But I guess what I can say is that I found the art of the game very expressive, often hot, and the writing hot too, in its explicit detail and its tenderness. I even found while playing desires I didn't really know that I had. There's one situation where you can have your arms and legs removed. I mean, you're a robot, an android, so this is possible. And this state of total vulnerability, being taken care of by someone in their hands, I found shockingly hot. It's kind of like a boxing Helena situation, if you saw that movie from the 90s. Or, I guess, like Anakin on the shores of Mustafar, minus all the fire and hatred. The science fiction of hardcoded allows all sorts of configurations and experiments. One of my favorite partners was named Forcier. Their entire lower body was mechanical. They were so tall with their hydraulic legs and so sincere and sweet and real. They were awesome. I think the whole game is just totally real about bodies and desire and identity. It is open, welcoming, and it doesn't hold back from anything. I'm non-binary, and I felt the whole game was really non-binary. Its understanding of the world, its approach. And I think anyone who tries hardcoded could find something compelling, something hot, some part of themselves that they didn't know was there. Now, the second H, and my second favorite show of 2025, was the anime His and Her Circumstances. This was made by Studio Gainax and directed by Hideaki Anno, who made Evangelion. Evangelion was kind of my primal anime. It was the foundational one that I saw in college and really affected me. This is the follow-up to Evangelion and quite a change in subject, in genre, in technique. Many things are quite different about it. And yet, while I was watching it, I was surprised to find some of those kind of Gainax, Anno aspects, these environments and still frames, the way that it would sketch characters and do these deep dives into them. This seemed familiar to me. But His and Her Circumstances feels very different than Evangelion. It is first a comedy. It is a story of first love, but comedy is the crucial genre here, more than romance or drama. We need the comedy to disarm us and to speak to the truth of love, especially first love, both its reality and its charming delusions. This is especially true with character, these delusions. The main character, the her of the title, is Yukino Miyazawa. She has the most wonderful delusions. She's a model student, and her vanity mixed with her innocence, the kind of double life she leads at home versus school. I mean, she's not as bad as she thinks she is, which makes it all the more charming. She has a very sweet family behind her. But the show immediately starts to kind of deconstruct the model student through Miyazawa and shows how first love really breaks this down for her, breaks her down as a model student. And I totally related to this. I was once a kind of model student of sorts for whom my first love in high school completely broke down my model student image, and for which I honestly remain grateful. It set me on a different path, what I'm still on, that of the, reformed overachiever. Now, there are two voices, a duet, Miyazawa the her, and Arima the his. And there's a constant negotiation in the show between the his and the her. Arima is a sweet boy, a different kind of model student than Miyazawa. And I was surprised and happy to really like him a lot because I often have trouble with the boy involved in any romance story. Here I really sympathize with Arima. He's carrying a lot on his shoulders. And it's interesting to see as it develops that you kind of get a sense in the end how much Arima actually needs Miyazawa, much more than she needs him. I find this is often true with many men who are closed and then open themselves up to just one person. He begins to need her to express these parts of himself he can't seem to do on his own. Love leads Miyazawa further into the world, but in some ways, Arima, love makes him kind of withdraw into their relationship, into Miyazawa. The second half of the show kind of broadens the range of characters beyond their relationship and their romance. And while it's not as good as the first half, I found myself at that point so in love with the show and the characters that I was pretty forgiving of that second half. It's interesting when you really like something, how generous you become. Not just forgiving its faults, but even like interpreting things generously. Like when you love someone, right? The generosity you give them for any lapses or mistakes or whatever. So, in the second half, when the recaps, it has this constant recapping, which takes up time and seems like a budget constraint. But, in my generosity, I'm thinking about how often in relationships we are constantly recapping, telling people the story, telling ourselves the story over and over, kind of altering it slightly to redefine the relationship. There's some clear times towards the end with budget limits and the way things would not be animated on screen, and I just didn't care very much. If it works, and I felt it did. For instance, there's a whole episode with kind of popsicle stick characters after Miyazawa and Arima have sex for the first time. And, instead of just seeming like a really limited budget, I immediately was willing to think about, how once you've had sex for the first time, you have this feeling that everybody knows, that you look different, that you stand out from the background in a new way, just like these popsicle stick characters do from the background. Even the ending, which is kind of messy and unresolved because of some kind of divergence from the manga source material and some conflicts with the author, I was, thinking, oh, this is so real, so lifelike, this unfinished ending. I didn't really care about the behind-the-scenes drama. I feel like His and Her Circumstances just does such an amazing job of getting at a lot of truths about adolescence, unlike that Netflix show with the same name. The need to take teenagers seriously, and first love seriously. To think about it, to not idealize it, but not to trivialize it either. There are a number of episodes in this show that really push back against the adults in their lives, against the adults in their schools. Adults are telling them, don't get distracted by each other, by romance, focus on your studies. And they're not really having it. This is important to them, and they defend it, and it was amazing. Even when they eventually do have sex, as I mentioned, it's handled in the show both kind of obliquely and directly. And it was weirdly refreshing, the way they just kind of tackled it straight on. And there were some surprising thoughts post-sex, where Arima gets kind of hung up on it, whereas Miyazawa, she's got a much healthier attitude towards it, and it doesn't she just handles it much better, frankly. It made me think also, by contrast, about another show a few years ago that I really loved. I was just so in love with until the ending. This was Dear Brother. And in this show, it also is looking at adolescent, intense feelings, intense relationships between women. And yet, in the last string of episodes, it so betrays that. Not just in kind of some crazy plot things, and then it heteronormalizes everything by kind of reframing everything you've just watched in the show, these teenage years, as just like a special time in your life, a phase. You go through it, you get over it, then you join the adults, you join the real world. And it was done with such condescension, this paternalism, right? It had a very male-feeling point of view, like, oh, girls, you can dabble with other girls during that time, but eventually you have to grow up and get married and, join the real world, find a man. And it was just such a betrayal of everything that was so beautiful about that show. I've still kind of not gotten over it. Oh, it was like a horrible, horrible ending. The ending here, in His and Her Circumstances, is quite different. It doesn't conclude much, even as the characters try to draw their own conclusions about their love, about where they're at, about where they're headed. Even before the end, each episode ends with real scenes from life. Objects and environments in the school, around the school, real live images, not animated. And I felt like those really grounded the story in a really powerful way, each episode. So that at the end, when it also brings these images in, and again, that context of Japan in crisis and, end of the century woes, and yet young love continuing amidst all of it. I don't know, it all came together as quite moving, quite real. The final image of the whole show is of an ice-breaking ship pushing through the ice, pushing through the ocean, over the final song. And the whole thing felt just unfinished, but hopeful, and yeah, kind of perfect. Next in the alphabet comes I, and this leads to my second favorite book of the year, the best book of poetry I read in 2025, and that was INRI by Chilean poet Raul Zurita, translated by William Rowe. So I'm going to try something a little different with this part. I want to read some passages from it. I think they kind of speak for themselves. As I said in the lists, I've been looking for something like this for quite a while, something that can speak to this world. And this is not just about this world of Trump and what I discussed in the Carl video, my last video, but something that's been building for a while in me. I think especially the genocide in Gaza really changed my perception of the world, my way of relating to the world, of being in it. Atrocity has a way of rendering everything else moot, of breaking reality so deeply and making all language feel kind of useless. And yet I found myself, I keep searching for words, for some way for the world itself to speak. INRI is the closest I've come so far. So I want to set this book up a little bit, read a few passages, because like I said, both the poems and the events they engage kind of speak for themselves. So in the introduction to INRI, Zurita gives a little context, and he writes, in January 2001, on TV, the president of Chile, Senor Ricardo Lagos, acknowledged that the bodies of hundreds and hundreds of people who had been disappeared during the Pinochet dictatorship would never be found because they had been thrown out of airplanes into the sea and the mountains, into the Pacific Ocean, and into the mouths of volcanoes. Now, this announcement is not a surprise to Zurita. He knew and had written about these disappearances, and yet, when the official announcement came, it really shocked him. And he wrote just a bit later, but there was still something about the acknowledgement, perhaps the formality of the act beside the magnitude of what was being acknowledged, or possibly the ridiculous pretense of solemnity in the face of sheer brutality, that made me feel ashamed in a way that nothing that had happened to me as an individual had made me feel ashamed. No, it wasn't moral outrage or any other high-sounding phrase. It was something much more concrete and unspoken. It was like a screech I couldn't get away from, that I may never be able to pull myself away from. The book was called INRI, and it came out of the image of a man who was uttering strange words on the TV. I don't know if what I'm saying about that screech makes sense, but it was called INRI, and he spells it out with many letters like a scream. So this is the context of these poems, trying to reckon with this announcement, this fact, this truth of what happened under dictatorship, these disappearances. He found out also that the eyes of many of these people who were killed had been gouged out with hooks. They had been tortured before they were thrown into the ocean, or the desert, or volcanoes. So I want to read a few passages of this just to give a sense for how this poem works, how it sounds, what it's doing with all of this. So the first poem begins. Strange baits rain from the sky. Surprising bait falls upon the sea. Down below the ocean, up above unusual clouds on a clear day. Surprising baits rain on the sea. There was a love raining. There was a clear day that's raining now on the sea. They are shadows, bait for fishes. A clear day is raining, a love that was never said. Love, yes, love. Amazing baits are raining from the sky on the shadow of fishes in the sea. Clear days fall. Some strange baits with clear days stuck to them, with loves that were never said. The sea, it says the sea. It says baits that rain and clear days stuck to them. It says unfinished loves, clear and unfinished days that rain for the fish in the sea. You can hear whole days sinking, strange sunny mornings, unfinished loves, goodbyes cut short that sink into the sea. You can hear surprising baits that rain with sunny days stuck to them, loves cut short, goodbyes that not anymore. Baits are told of that rain for the fish in the sea, the blue brilliant sea. You can hear shoals of fish devouring baits stuck with words that not, days and news that not, loves that not anymore. It is told of shoals of fish that leap, of whole whirlwinds of fish that leap. You can hear the sky. It is told that amazing baits rain down with pieces of sky stuck to them upon the sea. Later on, in a section called Flowers, it goes like this. A face is a face in a desert in flower. I hear wide plains flower. I hear whole deserts cover themselves with flowers. A flower is a face in the solitude of the desert, as a face is a flower in the solitude of things. A face hears years, seasons, endless lives that finish. A flower just a few days, a few twilights, a few endless nights that finish. A face is another flower that finishes. I heard infinite deserts that had come into flower, destroyed. I'm called Sarita, and I tell you these things just like I could tell you others. Maybe the demented flowers love one another. The Chilean desert. There's a ship in the middle of the desert and a woman leaving flowers beside it. The stones cry out. No one except stones can cry out like that. The flowers also cry out, but only when the wind bends them. I heard whole fields of flowers bending in the wind. They gouged out their eyes. Did you know that? They tore their eyes from the sockets. That is why in these poems no one sees, they only hear. The flowers hear and sometimes cry out when they bend in the wind. The faces do not see. The stones are mad and only cry out. No one sees. Maybe the sickled flowers love one another. Towards the end of INRI, there's another passage, the last one I want to read. Bringing up our murdered limbs, our legs that moved on their own, as if it were the wind that took them, and like fields of grass, like waves crossing the sea, we got up out of our corpses, crying, and it was the sky and the winds and crying. And we kissed one another's empty pupils and crying, because a path through the solitudes had been opened, and our empty eyes stuck to the sky, and I touched the skies of you, and you the skies of me in our eyes, and then, in the country of volcanoes and deserts, of beaches and ice fields, of lakes and oceans, we saw our bodies moving in waves, and they were the plains once more. At the end, the translator, William Rowe, provides an afterword, and he says in that, this poem does not offer redemption. The wound to our common human existence persists. The disappeared dead are still dead. This poem seeks a place where the wound can be included inside the making of a different reality. I just want to say a few things that I responded to here. Just a few. I think you can hear in the reading how much, especially in the first one I read, how much repetition there is. Those strange baits rain from the sky. That's the first line, and right then, the strange baits, there's echoes of strange fruit, Billie Holiday. I often think of the Nina Simone version, which I love, of that song. Then it repeats that over and over. It's hard to repeat something and to keep it alive, not deaden it. There are small changes made. It's strange the way that it repeats and weaves back into each line. Repetition feels to me like a way of dealing with scale, with numbers. Here with the persistence of land, with the workings of my mind too, the way it circles and repeats these things. It needs to repeat to remember and to approach the incomprehensible event of the world, of what happened here. I also respond to its essential linking of these things to landscape, and how landscape can both speak and is mute. There's a line from a novel I love, In the Distance by Hernan Diaz, where it stuck with me. I don't know, it's been like 8 years since I read this book. It's a small, simple line. The mineral silence of the desert. Mineral silence of the desert. I was thinking of that as I read this. Thinking about the way landscape enfolds our lives, encloses us, cradles us, and buries our dead. The way landscape persists as we persist. Really just the monumental fact of landscape and the monumental fact of atrocity. I feel still that there is both everything and nothing to be said about all this, about what is happening, what has happened in the world. Everything and nothing. I still feel lost. Still lost. And so in the days and years ahead, I will return to INRI again and again. Next is J. This means Journey to the West. As I said with my list, this was among the best and the worst of books I read last year. All year, I really thought it would be a definite contender in the top 10. And then the last volume in December made me consider briefly whether it should be in the worst. The ending wasn't a surprise. I mean, it was building up to that. It's not that I could act shocked. But still, it was very disappointing and ruined a lot of what I loved about it. If you don't know, the basics of the story are this. The Tang monk is accompanied by 3 helpers, Wukong, the Monkey King, Ba Jie, and the Sha monk. And they're going on what turns out to be a 14-year quest to retrieve Buddhist scriptures from the far west in India and bring them back to the Tang Emperor in China. This is based on a real journey, historically, but it's been made supernatural, full of folklore and magic here. Now, I'd heard of Wukong before, even before I played Black Myth Wukong. He's very famous in China, but I didn't know very much about him. So when I started Journey to the West, what really struck me was just what a star he is. From the first page you meet him, you get a lot of his backstory, and when he came on the page, I immediately sat up and was like, oh, I see. This doesn't happen much. Sometimes a famous person you've heard of is disappointing when you actually encounter them in literature or what have you, and that wasn't the case with Wukong. The Monkey King is immediately compelling, immediately charismatic. You are drawn to him. You want to know what he's about. He is, kind of a self-made figure. He's not dependent on the graces of his supposed superiors. He learns the secrets of immortality and transformation and fighting kind of on his own. As a character, he's very funny, mischievous, perceptive. He's almost never fooled. He's super hyper competent. And he's good to his people, his monkeys that he's the king of back on his mountain. He loves transformation and trickery, a little proud about that. He knows more than other people and he enjoys it, and it gets him in trouble sometimes. One time, very typically in the middle of his journey, he has tricked a monster and gotten into his stomach and playing a trick on him, and just can't help laughing. Like, he gets into many situations where he's tricking someone and he just can't help himself. He starts laughing and it gives the whole game away. It's very charming. As the Monkey King, he has kind of risen above his station as a monkey. And others, especially those in heaven, treat him, they seem to find him a little charming, but also kind of condescend to him and will give him like a station that insults him. He declares that he wants the title equal of heaven. But he's serious about it. He doesn't feel like anyone's his superior, and they're not in reality. But in society here, in heaven, they don't take well to this. And this is a real part of his character, his equal of heaven, the way he sees himself. Another character who I knew less about, but I met in Black Myth Wukong, is Bajie, the pig. He's affectionately referred to in the text multiple times by the translator as our idiot. It's the most charming name, not just to call someone idiot, but our idiot. It's so affectionate. You're ours. And you feel this way about Bajie. He is a glutton. He is lazy. He's a party dude. He's very relatable. He's so human, even as a pig. And he has this kind of brotherly rivalry relationship with Wukong that is pretty charming. They're constantly squabbling. Yeah, Wukong and Bajie were like the heart of Journey to the West to me. I loved both of them, and they kept me going even during some of the rough patches. The journey is full of, episodes. They get into trouble again and again. There's some repetition, and it's full of characters, very vivid characters, big personalities. And not just like the demons and the kind of big bosses they face, but even the little guys. There's some minions you meet late in the journey, and their names are Freaky and Shifty, and Shifty and Freaky. I mean, there's like hyphens between those. Freaky and Shifty, Shifty and Freaky. They're quite funny. Many of the people you meet are quite charming, and the entire journey is, yes, quite colorful, quite enjoyable. While on this journey, I noticed, because of the repetition especially, there's a number of things that kept coming up that surprised me a little. For instance, a major part of the plot here is cannibalism. Everyone wants to eat the Tang monk. They encounter demons throughout their journey. Everyone wants to get a taste of his holy flesh. They think this will give them some part of immortality. They're wanting to eat Bajie and Wukong as well, but especially the Tang monk. It's so insistent on this. And I began to wonder, I asked my partner, like, what's up? What's up with the cannibalism? Like, food is so important in China. It's important in every culture. I feel like, despite living here many years and loving the food here, that I still don't quite get what it means, because it means something very deep. Deeper than even Southern food means to where I grew up in the South. There's something going on here. And this cannibalism, this digesting people, it's in many other stories. Even in Lu Xun's famous stories from early 20th century, Madman's Diary, is this realization that the history of China is a history of eating people. There's something I want to explore more, because it's very striking in Journey to the West, and I don't fully understand it. Also, all over their journey is this constant concern with bureaucracy and hierarchy. They can't just travel to the place. They can't just get to the West. They have to get their travel receipt stamped at each kingdom they pass through. Like, this becomes a big part of the plot. It's often quite an annoyance and creates drama and problems. And it's a really important part of the world here. Hierarchy too. The hierarchy is very rigid, very intense. It structures so many things. and becomes later a great part of my frustration with the book. And I don't just mean like, the kind of petty officials in town, in each kingdom they go through. I mean the gods, their version of hierarchy, even as they're kind of shitty. Like even the Buddha, like when they finally get to the West. Like, I mean, it's everywhere. And the requirements for it, for the hierarchy and for the bureaucracy, there's the propriety that's involved, the gift giving. The holy ones they meet are not above any of this. They're not even that moral. They're certainly not high-minded or just. They expect gifts, even for people who have been traveling for 14 years and don't have, like, shit to their name. The Buddha in particular, when you meet him, he is super unimpressive. Just another high official. The only actual impressive figure is Wukong. So you have unimpressive gods and you have unimpressive officials at every turn. There's a few good kings they meet, but most are crappy. And there's this, I mean, the bureaucracy is more than, and the hierarchy is more than just an ordering of the universe. There's kind of like a rule following an ancient OCD at work that's, in the end, like really determines a lot of things. That's kind of crazy. Contrary to all this, there is also this constant flux, this constant world of change. In fact, this is Wukong's like motto. He'll scream out change, and he's great at transforming. It's his great power. I mean, he can fight anybody, but nothing is resolved by fighting. They will go 50 rounds, 100 rounds, and nothing is resolved. They always say this. Instead, it has to go some other way, and transformation is that. That's what Wukong is particularly good at. And he'll cry out change as he takes some of his hairs and throws them. They'll turn into different things, different people. Yeah, it's constant, and it's kind of up against the bureaucracy and hierarchy. There's like all these forces and rules trying to keep a fixed order against this constant threat of change, who Wukong particularly makes him slippery. It's what he represents. What becomes clear over time of this journey is that almost all evil and monstrosity that they face is a result from some order being disturbed, often from a subordinate in heaven, or even like a pet getting ideas and forgetting their place. So they will escape and then come down to earth and cause trouble. And the solution is almost always their master coming in and taking the reins back, putting things back in place, putting people back in place, even pets. Questioning the order, only calamity and evil seems to be able to result in the world of Journey to the West. And that's why, Wukong is a threat. He does threaten that order, and this thrills us as readers. His original crime of causing havoc in heaven, there's a very charming animated movie that just depicts this at the very beginning of Journey to the West. When he goes to heaven, he just doesn't like being looked down on. There's a great feast he wants to be a part of. He's insulted when he's not invited. He sees some immortality peaches and he wants to eat them. Very small things that yet everybody thinks is so bad when he, eats the peaches. Anyway, the cosmology of Journey to the West is very static. There is constant change and yet the impossibility of real change. This attitude still reigns in China, even amidst radical changes going on. Things are changing here constantly. Chongqing is a different city than when I first visited 15 years ago. But it also can lead to this attitude against the impossibility of real change that really bothers me. Sometimes there is wisdom in acceptance. There are many things you cannot change, at least not by yourself. But what's hard for me to take is this attitude being applied to Wukong himself, the most capable being in the universe in Journey to the West. He too must submit. If he must submit, then everyone must submit. And who does he submit to? This is the real sticking point for me, because the person he must submit to throughout the journey is the Tang monk. Now, the Tang monk, I asked my students about this because I had heard of him. I knew that he was the monk that they were accompanying, kind of helping along. And the Tang monk is seriously one of the worst characters I've ever met in all of literature. And to be clear, he's not the villain. I mean, the book does not treat him that way, no matter how much I think of him that way. It's one thing to encounter a horrible person and the book agrees with you. Here, It's not that the book doesn't satirize him a bit, but he is not the enemy, but he is my enemy forever. This dude sucks so much. He's the one going to get the scriptures who Wukong and Bajie and the Shamong are helping. And he's the worst person you've ever met. He is cruel. He actually, he tortures Wukong. There's a golden band that's been put on Wukong's head to make him obey, to keep him in line. And the Tang monk can sing the mantra, chant the mantra that will squeeze it on his head and torture him, which he does all the time. The Tang monk is stupid. He never learns. He makes the same mistakes over and over again, and he never learns. And yet he's so self-righteous. He's this unearned confidence. It's unbearable. He is petty. He is cowardly. He's such a wimp. He is such a wimp. He's always trying to protect his precious manhood, his virility, as this dumb monk. And he's useless. He's completely useless on the journey. He brings nothing to the table. Like Wukong and Bajie sometimes, mostly Wukong has to do everything. In fact, the Tang monk is really treated like a damsel in distress. And there's no damsel that has ever been worse in all the stories than the Tang monk. He out-damsels them all. I just hate the fucker. And I hated him when I first met him, but I was shocked as the story went on that he remained so awful and in fact became more awful. I asked my students, I was kind of baffled as I was reading this, like, hey guys, I never heard that the Tang monk sucked so much. And they kind of looked at me like, maybe laughing a little. They weren't like, oh yeah, or at least they didn't say that to me. When I talked to my partner about this, I was like, why doesn't everyone hate the Tang monk? He's the worst. And she said, well, I don't know how many of your students have read Journey to the West. We've all seen the show. There's multiple shows, the Monkey King, that make him so popular. And she said, the Tang monk isn't quite so awful as you're describing in the shows. He is nice, he is compassionate, and he's handsome. Now, even in the books, like, his handsomeness is his only positive trait, and even it is kind of worthless. I mean, books don't trade in looks, right? Why would I care that he's handsome? But the world of Journey to the West does, and everyone is constantly commenting on the ugliness of Wukong, his thunderbeak. He's a monkey. Of Bajie, and his long ears and his pig snout. I mean, it's like not just noticed once. Everywhere they go, the Tang monk is apologizing for the ugliness of his disciples. It's extremely tedious, and it's extremely, like, I don't know, the shallowness of everyone they meet is kind of striking. As if being ugly or even unusual looking is a crime. I mean, for fuck's sake, Anyway, what the Tang monk really reminds me of is kind of like a boss who is in every way worse than you and yet rules over your life. I think a lot of people must relate to Monkey King in this way. I mean, the Monkey King is so extraordinary. Wukong can do everything. In that way he's like a superhero. He's like aspirational. But I think he's relatable in the sense that he has this boss above him, like so many people here do, good at socializing, climb the ladder, and are just fucking shit. Like, are just the worst. And the Tang monk he's like the proto worst boss. The problem with the book is that it just made me care about Wukong too much. It did a good job in that, and Bajie. And so it made me hate the Tang monk. He is my enemy for life. He's a complete piece of shit. And I know that this is a kind of satire. I can imagine that this being used to kind of like, well, the Tang monk is satirizing certain elements of monks and bureaucracy and all that kind of stuff. But if this is a satire, or insofar as it's a satire, it's a very weak satire. It has no teeth. I know that there's criticism here, but it's a kind of light poking fun. It's never deep critique. Wukong is about as far as it goes, as critique goes, and we love him for his challenging of the order, of him calling himself equal of heaven. He's a true egalitarian in this way, despite his superiority. But even Wukong, has no deep revolution in mind. He just mostly wants to be left alone on his mountain. I get that this way of reading something old like this, a historical novel, reading it culturally, how curious, how very interesting. But I read 1,500 pages, and that's a lot, a long time. And I just wouldn't have read it just for curiosity's sake, for historical interests. I read it because I cared. I care about this story. I care about Wukong and Bajie. And I care about the ending. So my attitude about satire, this as a satire, is just kind of, no, fuck all these assholes. Fuck these like petty, petty ass gods. And the ending makes all of this like particularly clear and particularly unbearable for me. The Tang monk in the end is, makes it to the West, makes it to the Buddha. And he is celebrated for dumbassing his way across China and India and being saved again and again by Wukong. And when the kind of like rewards are handed out, Bajie is given the title Janitor of the Altars. I think that's kind of like a joke, right? Janitor of the altars. He gets to eat up the scraps. He likes to eat. And even he, who takes a lot of the grief he's given, protests and says, wait, everybody else got to ascend. Why am I the janitor of the altars? And he's right. What the fuck? He did everything coming here too, and he is told, oh, you're still too gluttonous, you're still too of this world, you don't get to ascend yet. And it's bullshit. And Wukong, he does get to ascend, but before he does that, he has to politely ask the Tang monk to remove that golden band, that torturous band on his head, which the Tang monk, as a torturer, had basically forgotten about. Oh yeah, I can do that. The book didn't forget this, clearly, even if the Tang monk did. And yet even the author, even the book itself, has to kind of submit to this humiliating ending, it seems. Whatever it recognizes, it too must submit. So that Wukong, ascends and becomes a non-entity, basically. An ascended figure, a godlike person, a non-personality. And I got the feeling at the end that the journey had not only been for nothing, it was worse than that. It had been for worse than nothing. It had been to reestablish order, really to bring the Monkey King in line. And in the process, kind of kill everything that makes life worth living. It has to extinguish the human, extinguish personality, extinguish ambition and striving, right? This is the path to eliminate suffering, to eliminate desire itself. Everything that makes life worth living and everything that makes a story worth a damn, right? The end of Journey to the West is the end of the need for storytelling itself. There's no wisdom at the end. There's definitely no ethics. There's no goodness. There's only submission and order. Submit, submit, submit. This is the end of Journey to the West. It is the ultimate anti-Wukong ethos. Now this all makes the subversion of Black Myth Wukong, the game, all the more impressive to me. As I said a few videos ago about that story, the secret story of that, is about Wukong getting out from under the yoke. Not by ascending exactly, but something else, which if you play the game, the secret ending, it is really trying to subvert this fundamental, I think, unfairness. I want to replay it again now that I've read Journey to the West, see how it strikes me, but also see how I read this, what felt at the time like subversion, and I didn't even know the full story. In the end, this ridiculous ending of Journey to the West, it did not surprise me because the Tang monk was sucking every step of the way, and the gods were being petty, and everybody was being dumb along the way. So it wasn't a surprise. It still, though, disappointed me. 1,500 pages, I'm there, I'm on the journey. I decided in the end that it did not ruin everything. It did not ruin the whole book completely. I still had Wukong. I still had Bajie and their long journey together. And I also still had that weak-ass bitch, the Tang monk, who I could hate on and who I came to enjoy hating on. I cannot express how he's the worst. He truly is. I can remember him now whenever I meet such figures in life. There are plenty of Tang monks in the world. Yeah. So the end kept it from my best, but the journey still felt worthwhile. Mostly. Though I gotta say, I did not need to read all 1,500 pages. I didn't need to read all that. There are abridged versions by this same translator. It's very good. I think called like The Monkey and the Monk. Ooh. I think reading the abridged version would have been just fine. But, oh well, it's too late for that. Next, there is no K or L, so we have M, as in Mistborn, my second worst book of 2026. I guess now that I think about it, like Journey to the West, there is in Mistborn this love of order, of systems, of power levels. It famously has a hard magic system I'll talk about in a little bit. The premise of Mistborn is that the Dark Lord has won. What do you do after ultimate evil has won? But there is this queasy fascination with this premise, with the power of the Dark Lord, this trembling before the Lord Ruler. And Mistborn certainly doesn't have anyone comparable to the Monkey King or even our idiot Badier to really wreak havoc on this order, only to face it with a different order. Now, as I said earlier, I read this right before Carl, Dungeon Crawler Carl. I was very hungry for fantasy last year, and if I'd just gone by Mistborn, I might have stopped right then. It left such a bad taste in my mouth that it almost turned me off of fantasy altogether last spring. Obviously, I kept going on to Carl, and weirdly, Mistborn and Carl actually have a number of things in common. Like Carl, Mistborn reads very quickly. It's a page turner. Like Carl, the writing is very clear. Mistborn is political, like Carl, and like Dungeon Crawler Carl, it is deeply video gamey. But the end result of all these similarities is very, very different. So I want to try to go through some of these quickly. First, it is a page turner. Mistborn, I blazed through this book in just a few days. But it's a quick read, not because the plot is so compelling or that I was so attached to the characters, but because the book constantly teases me about this world ruled by the Dark Lord, how it works and how specifically the magic system works. It's almost like Mistborn is a book-long info dump, but that's not quite fair. It's actually smarter than that. It's more skillfully done than that. Maybe you could call it like an info drip instead of an info dump. It drips a little bit of delicious information with you every few pages, on you every few pages, keeps you going. But as the drips accumulate, you begin to understand that the logic of the entire book is one of explanation. The book wants to explain things to you, not move you, not take you through a story, tell you a story. It wants to explain. Almost like a prequel. I mean, Mistborn is not a prequel, but it has this kind of prequel logic of explanation ruling it. And it seems, the more you read of it, to posit, giving you this info drip, a kind of rationalist author, though, a rationalist author of fantasy, of magic. And like I said, hard magic, this philosophy of hard magic kind of permeates the whole book. It's compelling at first, kind of cool, but it's not satisfying. I turned all those pages and at the end was like, for what? Why did I do this? Why did I do this just to learn a system that could be kind of summarized in a Wikipedia entry? This rationalist author you sense behind the words contributes to the second similarity with Carl, the clarity of the writing. Right? The writing is super clear here, but it is super clear and dead. Everything is comprehensible. There's nothing really beyond what's there. More specifically, it is the most clear about what it cares about. So it's very clear about its logic, the world logic, its secrets. There's always one more secrets. Its magic, the positioning in space of characters to pull off this magic, the limits of the magic, what you can and can't do, the rules. What it's not as clear about exactly is the world, the landscape. You can't really see it. The people, you can't really see them either. They are flat. Characterizations are kind of repeated over and over again. There's weirdly this kind of generic gloss over the whole thing, the whole world. There's not a world of specific stuff. Like Carl, Carl is just overwhelming in its stuff that it throws at you. There's not much stuff here. There's this weird kind of vagueness about the world and the people. It's somehow both extremely clear and extremely vague together. It's weird. And what this clarity does, even when it's being vague, is the clarity does the thinking for you. Everything's kind of pre-processed. You can only anticipate what might come, play that guessing game, but you don't have to do much thinking. It's kind of the opposite. Reading Mistborn is kind of the opposite of something like reading The Book of the New Sun by Gene Wolfe. In fact, at least through Mistborn, Sanderson felt at times to me kind of like the anti-Gene Wolfe, explaining everything to you clearly instead of letting you interpret the world and come to understand it on your own. Mistborn is also very political, though it often doesn't want to be. Unlike Carl, which asserts in countless ways that everyone is real, Mistborn isn't so sure. There are many conversations in the book that ask these disturbing questions about ska humanity, ska being like the common folk, the everyday people. I thought at first, this is just characters talking. We're supposed to see the prejudice of the character. We're supposed to see like what's happening to people's thinking in this degraded world ruled by the Dark Lord. But by the end of the book, I wasn't so sure that was actually what was going on, because the narrative itself doesn't push back. It doesn't answer these questions of ska humanity, or even really seem to care that much about it. It never asserts their humanity through characters, through action in the world. It never does much except have the ska use them as kind of a people to be saved. The book feels very old-fashioned in this way in its need for saviors. Again, that fascination with power and saving. There's certainly no real revolution at the end, certainly not with the ska. Instead, there's this asserted necessity of the nobility, this kind of immediate shoring up of any uncertainty that might come with overturning things. There is sympathy for the weak and the downtrodden here, for the ska, but it feels like conservative sympathy, a kind of patronizing, paternalistic sympathy. There's nothing, like I said, in the plot or the characters to push back against these question and assert humanity, which should go without question, but it never has any real grasp on that. It's always from a kind of well-meaning distance. The end, in fact, is really quite a problem, to me at least. The final line of the book is kind of nauseating, as is the whole love story part of Mistborn. Romance in this novel is just kind of icky and immature, and this is really connected to how very few developed women characters there are. In fact, there's very few women at all in Mistborn. The main character, Vin, is a woman, but she's kind of the exception that proves the rule, and even she is barely developed. Women in Mistborn are just kind of tokens, and the book has this very masculine feel in its characters and its sensibility. It has a narrow conception of people that feels also kind of masculine. I know there's more to this story. It's the first volume in a series, but it does work as a complete story. There's a beginning, middle, and end, and I'm not going to be reading more, to see if Sanderson develops the ska, or maybe he does. It's not here at all. I don't know much about Brandon Sanderson. I've read some interviews, and I've seen he's around a lot on the internet. He seems like a nice guy, but nice guys can have unreckoned with heinous beliefs. And this book is 20 years old. Maybe he's changed and challenged his own questionable beliefs, his own background since then. I'm not sure. I don't really get into authors' backgrounds that much. I read too many books to dive deep into every one of the authors. Really, authors have to do some pretty openly evil shit, like J.K. Rowling, before I take notice. Anyway, one final similarity it has with Carl. Mistborn is very video gamey, a lot of video game elements. Now, before I read this or Carl, I thought that game elements in books would be better if they weren't too overt or explicit, if they were embedded in the story or the world. But I no longer really think that, at least in the cases of Mistborn and Carl. Carl takes place in a kind of video game, a dungeon crawl, and it leverages this, completely to its advantage. But in Mistborn, game logic rules the world and the plot under the surface. It's there deeply, but it's not explicit in the narrative. And honestly, this logic is kind of ruinous. The magic system, the hard magic system, is very gamey, and while this is sometimes fun, This game logic kind of takes the magic out of the magic system. It makes it just a system, like a technological system. It makes it dull. It's a kind of a piece of cleverness and little more. No spark beyond that. And some of the gaminess in the book is, more extreme and kind of obviously dumb. The final boss, you can call him the final boss, literally has like glowing weak points. It's embarrassing. But I think even more than that, there's just this, in the heart of Mistborn, a gamer's love of knowing, a love of lore and nerdery, of specialized knowledge. Knowledge that once you grasp, once you know it, the solutions are kind of too easy. The whole plot is based on secrets and on knowing. And there's nothing really to think about afterwards. You puzzle through it, and then nothing resonates beyond that. The game elements end up being reductive. They reduce the world and the reading experience rather than open it up, as in Carl. Narrative began to just feel more like a delivery vehicle for the systems that it cares about, these gamey magic systems. Characters felt more like functions of these systems. Basically, I guess I'm saying that the game elements dominate and there's not much story or real people. And there is this kind of clockwork god model of authorship that feels similar to that of like a game designer, a tech bro game designer who knows very little of people or worlds, only systems. And that just doesn't make for a great fantasy epic. Fortunately, I did push forward. I read Dungeon Crawler Carl, which is also a page-turner, which is clear in a very, very good way, which has far more thoughtful political ethics, and which uses video games fantastically, deeply, hilariously. Game designers are, in fact, the enemy in Dungeon Crawler Carl, not aspirational figures for the author, as with Mistborn. Anyway, if you are interested more in my experience with Carl, I have a whole video, the one before this one, about that, which you can check out. Next, alphabetically, is Pluribus. This was my favorite show of 2025. Now, in the lead up to Pluribus, I was both excited and kind of apprehensive about watching it because of my own history with watching Vince Gilligan. Breaking Bad was a show that I loved very deeply up until the very last episode. I related to Walt, uncomfortably so, his arrogance, his manipulation, his desperation, and his face. I loved Walt's face, Bryan Cranston's face. And I was fascinated by Breaking Bad's notions, not just of change, but of consequence. Vince Gilligan has such an obsessive eye for detail, for consequence. He has this rigor when it comes to consequences for both characters and for plotting. And I felt it was really important that he was good at both of these things. There's many great artists who are good at one or the other. Rare that you can be good at both. And Breaking Bad really influenced my thinking about contingency, especially the season 2 framing. I went on to write things about contingency in video games, and it really just crystallized some things for me and helped me see them anew. And what I really loved about Breaking Bad was the way that it took some of these things, these heady things like contingency or change, and made it really thrilling to watch, episode to episode, moment to moment, each twist and turn. Now, I did feel the 5th season was getting a little shakier about some of its consequence. I felt it played a little faster and looser with causality and with its rigor. But still, even with that, I was not prepared for my reaction to the last episode. I still remember when, after that episode aired, and my partner and I watched it, and then we went for a walk afterwards. And I tried to talk through my feelings during that walk of just ruin. The show felt ruined to me. I was not prepared for this. I thought that the writers saw things clearly, saw Walt clearly. But after that episode, I thought, no, something happened. They were Team Walt in the end. Walt won. He got what he wanted. It was a happy ending of sorts. I couldn't decide if this was a failure on their part. I certainly felt that at the time. Or right after that, I wondered, had I misread Breaking Bad all this time? what I so disliked in the last episode had been going on all along, and I hadn't seen it. I knew some of the criticisms people had of Breaking Bad, and I just disagreed with those readings. And here I really had to doubt because some of them were in line with that last episode. I really care about endings. That's a subject for another video. My feelings of Breaking Bad really are a subject for another video. But it's true. With some of my favorite things, almost all of them have great endings. At least when, endings matter. Television shows are inherently tricky with endings. The number of things that go into making a show, or keeping it on the air, or letting it have the number of episodes at once and ends on its own terms, and commercial. There's just a lot of pressures. I think endings are trickier with shows than with books or games. Sticking that landing, as they say, it's just very hard. And there are a few shows that don't stick the landing, or that have kind of terrible endings that I still love. Like Roseanne's probably the best example. I think it's an amazing show. It's a top 5 show for me, but it's not because of the ending. Breaking Bad's was a little different because how it recast my own experience of it. And anyway, since that last episode, I've never gone back and rewatched it. Now, since watching and loving Pluribus, I've thought more in the last few months about rewatching Breaking Bad than I have in the last 10 years. After that, I did watch Better Call Saul. I watched it in the shadow of the end of Breaking Bad. And Better Call Saul is half of a really amazing show. The half about Jimmy and Kim and Chuck and Howard, and even some with Lalo and Nacho, is amazing. But everything that kind of does prequel setup nonsense with Mike and Gus, it really takes away from the show to me. I only like prequels that can stand on their own as works, that don't depend fundamentally on later things. Anyway, I came to Pluribus with that background, a lot of feelings, a lot of hopes, a lot of doubts, and then I watched it. The premise here is that a signal from space has infected the minds of everyone on Earth and joined them together into one collective, one hive mind. All except for 13 people on Earth, Carol, the main character, being one of them. The world is kind of over, but it also unfolds as kind of a race against time as the collective, the hive, tries to figure out what made those 13 people different and not join them automatically, and then try to fix that so that everyone is joined, no one is left out. This hive is, I guess, like the Borg, except very nice. They're the nicest Borg. They're gentle to a fault, almost truthful to a fault. They're happy, they're peaceful, they're effective. And then there's Carol, the main character. She is grieving because her partner did not survive the joining. She is grumpy by nature. She's profoundly unhappy. And she's played brilliantly and very relatably by Rhea Seehorn, who played Kim Wexler in Better Call Saul. So I noticed right up front that this had many of the hallmarks of Vince Gilligan's older shows, especially kind of in the details, in the way that he traces them. Vince Gilligan has this relentlessness with which he pursues things. It is slow, it is rigorous, with the virus and how that unfolds, but with the implications of it, and with Carol herself. It's rigorous about the details of plot and person, like in Breaking Bad. It would be so easy, with plots this big, and this is a very big plot comparatively to his older work, this science fictional, to kind of twist things and make it work out conveniently. But he doesn't do that. This show doesn't cheat. It doesn't take shortcuts. It takes Carol and us as viewers through everything, step by step. And it does all of this relentless, rigorous detail tracing and consequence on consequence. It does this as a kind of interrogation of Carol, sure, and of the hive, but also just more broadly of individuals and of collectives, of goods, both common and personal. And even though I think the show is kind of ultimately a defense of unhappiness, the necessity of unhappiness, it doesn't make that easy. This is a show full of hard questions, but not easy answers. At one point I wondered if Vince Gilligan had watched Evangelion since in the years since Breaking Bad, and after the end of that thought, So, human instrumentality. Let's think about that. Let's give that a shot. Let's investigate what's really wrong with it. If we lose our mental AT field, not body as in Evangelion, but our mental AT fields, the things that separate us, mind from mind, and we collapse into one another, what does that mean? Let's not make it just the project of a desperate asshole like Gendo, right? Not a selfish reunion, but something more truly selfless. That dangerous word, selfless, selfless. I thought, this leaves Carol, almost like Asuka at the end of Evangelion on the beach. I feel sick. Anyway, like Evangelion, I think Pluribus is also really a provocation. I was so fucking provoked by this show. After most every episode, I would walk away from it both satisfied and mildly enraged. When Carol first meets the other survivors who were immune to the hive and finds that they don't want to fight it really. They want to stay in their delusions. I got pissed right alongside her. When one of these survivors, Lakshmi, berates Carol for her attitude, and then Carol reminds Lakshmi that her son is now also her gynecologist, I was kind of like, fuck yeah, you get her, Carol, you get her. And when the hive would short circuit every time that Carol got mad, every time she had a dark feeling, any negative emotion, they would freak out and short circuit. As a viewer, I looked down on them, way down, and I found their inability to handle anger or sadness, any dark thoughts or bad vibes. I just found it honestly pathetic. Of course, all these reactions I'm having have analogs to people and attitudes in our world, and these reactions of mine weren't always good or nice or very flattering to me. In being so provoked by the show, it got me reflecting on a lot of different things. I've become very skeptical of Western individualism over the years, what a disease it becomes when combined with empire or with any power, frankly. And I find the easy divide people make between individualists and collective cultures very simplistic, often dumb, and just untrue as to how cultures and people actually operate, how they live. So when Americans try to arrogantly talk about collectivism, especially in China, I think of my students, who are as individual as they come, and I think, you dummies have no idea what you're talking about. And when I watch overpowered individuals running amok in America, when I see them press their stupidity on the rest of us, I long for a more deeply collective sensibility. But then, when I see some meme showing Carol versus the Hive, and it's titled Mega Karen, calling Carol a Mega Karen versus the woke vegetarian space communists, approvingly, I'm like, for fuck's sake. And when I see, someone writing about how much they like about Pluribus, praising so many of its elements, and yet concluding that they ultimately don't like the show because the Hive was obviously communist coded and they don't like such disparagement. When I see these reductive kind of knee-jerk readings, these glib, lazy, armchair leftists who think they have it all figured out, these deeply unserious people, I don't know. I kind of want to punch a comrade in the face. It's complicated, all of it, sure. And yet this show didn't just leave me kind of wringing my hands or throwing up in the air with a shrug like, individuals, collectives, who can say? It didn't do that at all. It left my hands in fists, balled up, feeling things I didn't know what to do with. Pluribus is philosophical, it's complex. Everyone makes good points. Even the hedonist survivor you meet, he makes good points. Vince Gilligan doesn't let anybody make the easy arguments. And when the individuals do get together, some of them, those who actually want to reverse the Hive, like Carol, and save the world, it's a shit show. It doesn't work. They fight and they're not on the same page and it's a mess. And I loved it. Like I said, the show has no easy answers. And yet, the experience of watching Pluribus just wasn't one of calm contemplation of questions and answers. Just like Breaking Bad didn't have me ponder evil and contingency in an armchair, at some great remove. It had me contemplate those things with my spine, with my fists, with my whole body. It activated me, galvanized me. By the end of Pluribus, I found myself thinking, okay, Carol is grumpy, privileged, she's self-righteous, she's very much a rich white lady. She's miserable, she's annoying, and she's right about all of it. I could never accept this hive. I could never join. I'd choose unhappiness every time. Easy. Still, after all these years, with all that sucks about empowered individualism, especially Western, especially American individualism, with the connection that I crave and everything I think we owe each other, with everything that's changed about me over time, this really has not. I just don't care about anything but people. Not collectives, not family, not country, not ideology, not books, not games, not shows, not happiness, not peace of mind, not peace itself. Not anything, really, but individual people. Miserable fucking people. Nothing means anything without individual people. So, yeah, I felt things. Pluribus got me. It got me going. Week after week through the end of last year. So there's no question that Pluribus was my show of the year. I crave provocation, but not that many shows provoke me. Even some of the very best, like Bluey in 2024, don't really do that. Occasionally, though, some do. Beef Season 1, Andor Season 1, Twin Peaks The Return, Revolutionary Girl Utena. These shows provoked me. And when those shows did provoke me, when they interrogate and attempt to reckon with something difficult, something deeply unresolved, they leave me unsettled, deeply, but also feeling kind of more alive. Even when I have a response, my own answer, when I'm provoked this way, my answer feels unfinished. The question still feels live. Breaking Bad closed down its possibilities in the end and settled accounts. It stopped provoking, stopped interrogating, stopped reckoning, and declared a kind of allegiance in the end. Like I said, Team Walt. It stuck the landing, I suppose, when I wanted it to stay in the air. Not go on forever, I wanted it to end, but to stay alive in me, provoking me. But instead, in the end, it stopped being interesting. It stopped being vital. It felt, if not dead, then at least no longer alive to me as a show. I sure hope Pluribus finds a different ending. Even if the show, and I, remain Team Carol, I hope Pluribus troubles and unsettles and provokes us, provokes me through the end. And after the end, too. Now skipping Q and R, we come to S for Star Trek Strange New Worlds, which was my worst show of 2025. As much as Pluribus made me feel things, Strange New Worlds, Season 3, certainly made me feel things as well. Very, very bad things. It was painful, especially with a show that I really, really liked in its first 2 seasons. A little of my background with Star Trek, I kind of grew up with The Next Generation. That's the show that I know best. And of the original series, I think I've maybe seen 1 episode in my whole life. I know those characters from the movies that came out in the 80s and 90s. I saw some early seasons of Deep Space Nine and Voyager, which I liked. And I skipped Enterprise and saw most of Discovery and all of Picard. which found new ways every season to be just awful, like new kinds of awful every season. So I was at a real low point with Star Trek when Strange New Worlds came along a few years ago. Now, when I watched the first 2 seasons, I really loved the characters. La'an, Noonien Singh was my favorite. I like these characters who challenge the Federation and its kind of pieties and beliefs, its mission. I really love Pelia, played by Carol Kane, Dr. Mbenga. Pike, Captain Pike, surprised me and distinguished himself from Picard and Kirk, who I like the depiction of Kirk also in Strange New Worlds. I can feel his power and charisma. Pike, I love the contrast of his demeanor and his energy and decisiveness and diplomacy, and yet that all contrasted with his like tragic fate from Star Trek lore. And the show faces this quite directly. It's almost as if Pike kind of knows he's in a prequel, and that's his tragedy. This whole show, of course, is a prequel right before the original series with Kirk and Spock, and Pike is no part of that and has to face that. I also really love the genre hopping that the first 2 seasons did, and it wasn't just variety for variety's sake, but it just kind of made sense to me that space shouldn't just be a science fiction setting, but it should contain many genres, many kinds of stories, as many as there are planets in the galaxy. That Strange New Worlds of the title should not be consistent with these understood science fiction rules and values. The form should shift, not just as a show with genre, but just naturally. And though it was a prequel, I didn't feel at first that it was overly so. Or when it did, it seemed to be kind of trying to clear out some of what we know, like with Pike, so that it could just move on to the Strange New Worlds that it promised. But with season 3 here, there were 2 huge problems I'll talk about separately, though they're connected. They were not just failures on their own, but failures given what I liked about the show in the first 2 seasons. One was it failed dramatically, story-wise, character-wise. And it failed in terms of its prequel logic, its increasing prequel obsession. And these things are connected, which I'll try to describe. So first, its dramatic failure. Season 3 starts kind of uneven. And this is, like I said, this show is all over the place, genre-wise and episode-wise, so I kind of expect this, and I'm mostly okay with it. I'm not really watching this for big arcs. Maybe character arcs, but not really plot arcs. So in the beginning of season 3, we start getting stuff about a Q-like figure and the holodeck. It was, a little bit too much Star Trek lore and not enough deepening of the characters who I'm here for. It already kind of feels like it's repeating itself with some of the character beats. But then halfway through season 3, a bigger problem emerges, and this is the introduction of this ancient parasitic evil, the Vesda, I think they're called. And they're kind of pure evil. It feels old-fashioned, not really Star Trek-like. Like the Gorn. The Gorn have been the enemy for a while. They, too, there's this kind of pure evil about them that is not complex, and it doesn't feel like there's really any stakes. Again, there's a kind of prequel limit here. And so with the Vesda, I immediately felt like the stakes were both too high, the threat they posed, but that they were too flat and too easy, and that it would come to nothing, because I hadn't heard of these guys before. And this just kind of left a bad taste. But it was the back half of the season that things went truly awry. First, there was an episode, a kind of more political episode, where Erica Ortega, she's the pilot, her brother Beto is making a documentary about Starfleet. And he comes in with these questions, really, the mission, the purpose, the means, the feeling of colonization, the many questionable parts of Starfleet and the Federation. But instead of taking those criticisms seriously, it really makes it personal for Beto, as if he just has a grudge, and undermines his criticisms, and ends up making the episode a kind of weird propaganda episode for Starfleet, with very overwrought and unconvincing conclusions. I would have rather they not approach this at all, rather than to raise things only to crush them with this propaganda feel. It was gross. The finale of season 3 really botches the ending of both the whole season and some of its biggest arcs. Again, the Vesda come back and they are still uninteresting. But really the whole setup of the finale and plotting is preposterous and convoluted, and it throws in some Spock Kirk mind meld fan service. And then it places a really pivotal role on Captain Battelle, who is Captain Pike's partner, romantic partner, and she is just extremely bland, extremely underdeveloped, and just boring. And it's like the show kind of knows this because it makes her this sacrificial lamb, but it barely even pays attention to her. Instead, the sacrifice she makes in the final episode is really about how it makes Pike feel. It's even worse than that, actually, because it has her create this whole illusion. She has this power. She creates this whole illusion of a lifetime together, her and him, Pike, to help him let go of her. She who is sacrificing her life, but we're focused on Pike, who we know and love, letting go of her. So this is already so wrong-headed, but by giving Pike this lifetime experience, a trick that Star Trek has pulled before, this full life, it's also kind of cheating because we and Pike know that this is exactly what he's not going to get. We know his future, his fate. Not just with Battelle, but with anyone. So it completely undermines Battelle as a character, as a woman, and it undermines the pathos and tragedy of Pike's situation, his fate, with this kind of happy ending of sorts. So it damages both his character and his arc while totally ignoring Marie Battelle. I really hate the idea in fiction of giving everyone a happy ending. Every character you love getting what they, quote-unquote, deserve, as if through their suffering they can earn it, something like that. And it's just astounding to me how many levels this finale fails at. Just what a profoundly bad idea it is for these story arcs and for these characters. And in Strange New World's primary strength up until this point has been its characters. It does right by them most of the time. But this isn't even the worst episode to me. That is an episode before the finale, focused on Erica. She is stranded with a Gorn on a planet by herself. It's kind of classic setup. It reminded me of an 80s movie called Enemy Mine with Dennis Quaid and Lou Gossett Jr. That it's kind of enemies to friends stories. I personally love enemies to friends stories. And I found this episode pretty effective in this regard, even moving, while finally kind of making the Gorn not just, this flat evil villains, but creatures that could be understood on some level. After spending time the whole episode with them, I really liked this Gorn in particular. But then, La'an, my favorite character, she shows up to rescue Erica and kills the Gorn. Now, this by itself is not my objection. I half expected something like this, and I was disappointed it was so predictable that this would happen. I thought that Strange New Worlds would twist this predictable, tragic ending in some interesting new way. And it made sense that La'an would be the one to do it, given her traumatic history with the Gorn. But the problem for me is that this episode, it does have a twist. And the twist is some Star Trek lore bullshit that makes this whole event of Erica and the Gorn a test for humanity. And the conclusion of the test is that humanity and the Gorn aren't ready to be friends, because La'an shot the Gorn. I hate it when characters live and struggle and even die at the service of some higher order being as some sort of scheme or test or lesson. I've never been into the Q continuum or anything like that very much. But I especially hate how they insert it here as some prequel tie-in, I guess for continuity, because I don't even know who these magic beings who showed up as the test givers, the Metron or some bullshit. I don't even know them from the original series, which I haven't seen, nor do I care. I'm watching this show, Strange New Worlds. So it totally undermines the entire hour I was just invested in, an hour that effectively made me care about the Gorn, and then subordinates it to some bullshit Star Trek lore. What's worse is that the show then just kind of moves on and doesn't force La'an to reckon with what she did or even allow Erica to fully mourn her new brief friendship. So the priorities of this episode are completely fucked. And unfortunately, they're kind of representative of the failures of the whole season, this subordination of Strange New Worlds, its characters, its plot, its very live reality, to prequel bullshit. And I fucking hate it. And so this connects, like I said, to my other big problem besides the obvious dramatic failures of season 3. And that's how Strange New Worlds works as a prequel. Prequels have this logic. You can observe this in many, many prequels in our media environment. And that logic is the logic of destiny, which to me is not only deeply problematic and basically false, but also like a profound misuse of storytelling. But okay. I've had a problem with prequels for a while, this logic of destiny, and I think it's important to kind of distinguish it from the other uses of the past in narrative art, flashbacks, memories, origin stories. The biggest problem is when the past is a separate work, right? A prequel is separate. It stands alone. It's not couched, as like a flashback nested in like a larger work where there's kind of a natural dramatic subordination. It's in a separate work that has its own dramatic burdens and demands. So a prequel is this past work that is, a text itself. It's not just like something in your mind, like when you reread something and you already know what's going to happen. It's not that at all. It's not just knowing the ending of a story, but it is the dependence of the work, the prequel, on works that were created earlier but take place later, fitting this prequel to those other works. So a prequel subordinates its own story to the canonical future. It can't really have a sense of its own future. It always has to serve another. Prequels must serve. Unlike any time you try to tell a story of the past from the present, it often ends up becoming, like a just so story that makes everything fit. And this is how prequels work, because their purpose is to assure us, to show how everything fits, how it makes sense, and how it follows. There's no real room for uncertainty or contradiction, multiplicity, mystery. With most prequels, the world is reduced rather than opened up. It's made smaller and more coherent, and in this way, less like a world. Prequels seem to me to seek completeness, a single account. Their enemy is the gap, right? They seek to defeat every gap. They are against interpretations, really. They seek canon, they seek resolution, they seek sense, smoothness, and legibility, almost like they're seeking a kind of narrative hegemony. And thus, prequels, cannot take risks, really, and thus they have little kind of narrative courage and no use for that, really, given their mission, given who they serve. They must be safe, approved, sanctioned by some lore committee, some keepers of the lore Bible. So there's very little real contingency in prequels, the very engine of stories. There's only clockwork. Contingency just ends up being a problem to be solved, to be engineered out. Now, if I think about other prequels, there's, of course, the famous prequels, the prequel trilogy of Star Wars. And that one's interesting because at its best, it is a character study. It is a study of evil, or of how a galaxy, a republic, falls. And that, of course, ties in to the original trilogy. But those are kind of worthy goals. As I said, the better parts of Better Call Saul, those character studies, can really work. Something like Fire Walk with Me for Twin Peaks can really work as a character study. It's not concerned with doing prequel duty so much. And when, the prequel trilogy kind of starts to fill in gaps and explain things, Anakin built C-3PO, that feels out of place, right? It feels like it's making connections that we don't need made. It's shoring up uncertainty and binding everything in a way that feels like the story, the world, the galaxy can't breathe, right? And there are parts, as it gets closer to the original timeline, like Revenge of the Sith, where things start to fall into place and it begins to feel like it's doing prequel work. I think actually a better example is in Andor, because I truly, truly loved Andor season 1. I think it's an extraordinary show. And I think season 2 has a lot of excellent aspects to it. Excellent writing, excellent characters, excellent understanding of rebellion and sacrifice, and it's really amazing in ways. But as it gets closer to the original trilogy and Rogue One, which is a just utterly terrible movie, it really kind of steals the life from the show as it approaches that ending. It begins to completely overdetermine things the closer we get. to the Battle of Yavin, and you begin to be able to trace causality too cleanly, right? Something like Cinta, her senseless death leads to Vel giving an impassioned speech, which leads to the kid responsible for her death being inspired and stepping up, which leads to him saving Cass at the Gorman massacre, which then Cass saves Mon Mothma, who's necessary, and this saving of him creates K2SO, which then leads on to everything that affects afterwards the rebellion. It's just too neat, right? You can trace it, too clean. It makes senseless tragedies necessary and justified rather than just plain awful. I feel like when it does this, it's really disrespecting characters. Disrespects Cinta and her death. And it even disrespects Rebellion itself, because I think Rebellion hinges upon contingencies you can't see, where nothing is certain, that live moment. You don't know what's going to work. You don't know the outcome. It makes, contingency like fuels revolutionary possibilities, and it makes them hard, because we don't know if anything we do in the end will matter. But of course, as I said, prequels reassure us falsely, and I think when this rubs up against a story of rebellion, it really undermines it. It really overdetermines it. In this way, prequels, you can think of them as kind of almost anti-rebellion, anti-revolutionary. Anyway, as Strange New Worlds and Star Trek creeps closer to the original series, this becomes a more significant problem. It's become it in season 3. Especially for a show that's called Strange New Worlds, right? Prequel logic creates like these hard limits to the stories told, to what strangeness is possible. And in a show where every physical law is negotiable, basically, prequel laws are not. It really undoes the very title of this show. Strange New Worlds becomes increasingly impossible. It becomes not Strange New Worlds, but same old worlds. We can't go anywhere truly strange or truly new. We can't explore Gorn personhood because the original series and prequel law says we aren't ready. We can't make the Vesda a real threat because they're too big for the original series to have ignored. And we can't even deeply question Starfleet through Beto's documentary because we're in a golden age in Strange New World. And those questions are trouble. They unsettle. Kind of funny that real criticism has to wait 1,000 years for Starfleet Academy, a show I've watched this winter and I'll talk about a little later in another video. That can ask some real questions. I thought the finale of season 1 of Strange New Worlds, by facing Pike's fate head on, was kind of clearing the slate for both him and the show, telling us that we could move on to the promised strangeness beyond any destiny. But I think now that this was only a sign of future focus, of what the later seasons would lean into. Like I said, with his and her circumstances, when I like something, I tend to be more generous. I liked Strange New Worlds at the beginning. I was generous to its callbacks and to its handling of prequelness. It didn't seem obnoxious and ruinous to me. I assumed the best, but I think I was wrong. And like I said, this is all very ruinous for characters, which has been Strange New World's main strength up till now. Prequels don't just focus on how characters function to tell the prequel story, but they make them actual functions. It's like this engineering mindset across prequels, and the mindset of those for whom people are a problem to be solved. Because in prequels, background and foreground kind of reverse. World and characters switch place. The world that was only suggested before, around the edges, becomes the reason for being. And thus characters can't drive things and can't really matter outside their assigned roles. Because instead, prequels focus on world, background, lore, legacy, continuity. And characters have to obey. There's just this kind of grim necessity and heartlessness to all of this with prequels. And I felt this over the entire 3rd season of Strange New Worlds. It's all so grim. There's just this hard limit to possibility. It's marching forward colorfully, as Strange New Worlds does. But the literal event horizon is too close. I suppose they could have handled much of the fake drama and disastrous character work that I've described better this season. But for me, as long as the prequel logic rules, increasingly rules, Strange New Worlds, I don't think that strong writing alone can save it. There's just this prequel rot that grows bigger and bigger as we get closer to the timeline of the original series. Strange New Worlds' kind of governing ethos this season is in some ways the opposite of pluribus, especially when it comes to characters. The individual in Strange New Worlds must be subordinated to the collective. Not the Borg collective, but the collective of Star Trek itself. Its universe, its timeline, its lore, its strict fandom, its franchise. Everything must be in its right place. You could almost hear the show saying, "We just want you to be happy, Carol." Give over your criticism, your sadness, your anger, and let the reassuring prequelness of it, the familiar Star Trek-ness of it all just kind of wash over you so that you are at peace, content, happy. And like Carol, I guess the only thing I can really say to that is no. This now leaves us at T, the final letter of my alphabetized 12. And so let me end on the best game I played in 2025, which was The Binding of Isaac: Repentance. Now, as I said with my lists, I not only consider Isaac the best game I played last year, I think it's one of the best modern video games, period. It is right up there with Demon's Souls and Rain World for me. And if I had to expand to like 5, I guess it's right up there with Minecraft and the first chapter, the first island of Fortnite. Now, I did play The Binding of Isaac, its original version, back in 2012, and I loved it then. I was immediately taken with its twist on the Zelda dungeons from Zelda 1. It struck me as the best Zelda-like out there, the most interesting, the most able to get at something true about the dungeon experience that I don't see many games really able to grasp. I mean, Demon's Souls did, but it does it very directly, right? And I was also very struck by the simple fact of Isaac fighting with his tears. This is so common now, like in terms of playing the game, that I barely notice it. But when I first played it, I thought about this all the time. Yeah, it was really striking to me. I was also really taken with the items of Isaac. Even back then, it had a huge number of items, hundreds of items. And it really changed my ideas about what items could be in a video game, what they could do, not just the different ways they could affect gameplay, but the way they could resonate thematically, the way that they could, do some work that I had not seen items do before. I don't mean like item descriptions. I mean like what they are, how they affect Isaac's avatar. They distort his body. There were so many of them. I especially liked all the mom-themed ones, her lipstick, her underwear. There was all these things focused on mom that were really compelling to me, and I just was really kind of amazed by how those items played out in the game, how they determined things, and the way that they obviously altered your Isaac in grotesque ways. I've really thought the art style here, which I'd seen people complain about, it just made perfect sense. This combination of gross and cute for a game about a child, it just made total sense to me. I mean, if you want to complain about poop, then don't get around kids. Children their whole world is full of poop. And Isaac's, like, the way he might see things and the way that he might, misinterpret things, it all made sense to me. And the art style perfectly conveyed that. I felt like I was seeing things as Isaac might see them. And the story itself. Back then, I didn't really understand the story outside of the premise of Isaac's mother attacking him and him escaping into the basement and thinking that this whole elaborate game was some sort of metaphor for abuse, the internalized, like the experience of that, like letting you play through that. And I didn't really back then care that much to clarify what really happens in Isaac. What's the story? I was satisfied with a broad experience of abuse. I thought it was very powerful, very haunting. So even back then, it was always like a great game to me, an amazing game. In fact, one I considered many times, thinking, "Oh, is this one of my best games of all time?" But by the time I was thinking that, I knew that this kind of remake, this extension, the life of Isaac after the original rebirth, was a very real thing to contend with, and I had not played it. Then last year, as I described in my Carl video, I was kind of doing some research about dungeon crawling. This led me to Dungeon Crawler Carl, and there's a video about that. But it also led me back to Isaac, to this more recent version of it, this full, complete edition, The Binding of Isaac: Repentance. Now, Repentance is a work of profound anger and profound sadness, both. And the story that you come to understand, what it's about, is a lot more than with the original game. I mean, it's still certainly in some ways the same game, but the way they developed it is truly remarkable. It is not just a sequel. It is not DLC. It is a kind of full realization of the original vision. And the true story, which I need to talk about, so I don't really think it's a spoiler, but you don't see it right away. If you're interested in Isaac, I don't know. I need to talk about this. But I came to understand pretty quickly while playing that the true story was not just some elaborate metaphor or even of abuse per se. Instead, it is about a little boy escaping his mother, who it's unclear whether she's actually trying to kill him or not. But he thinks or imagines she is. And so he climbs into a box, and then he's unable to get back out of that box, and he dies. The Binding of Isaac is about the death of a child in a box. And the game you're playing is kind of the dreams of a dying brain, dehydrated fever dreams, someone completely alone. I mean, this is the same idea as this kind of the dying, elongated moments, reimagining your life passing before your eyes, but here really remixed and really taken hold of by a child's imagination. But it's the same story basically as Mulholland Drive, one of my absolute favorite films. And it's not incorrect to think of The Binding of Isaac as kind of the Mulholland Drive of video games. I think of it that highly. So in this regard, what it really is the whole game is a fantasy, a dying fantasy of escape. Looking for a way out of the box, but out of your situation, out of your family, out of yourself, out of your life. Looking for a way out and failing. I think this fantasy of escape is that if I can just get it right, get the right items, get the right synergies, if I can play well, if I can get good, then I can escape. I can save myself. I am my own princess to be saved, and I am my own savior. I think this is the framework of Isaac's mind, of our playing the game. They are one. And so when we play through the game, we are Isaac feeling out all these possibilities, all the contingencies and victories and defeats, all the way things could go, versus the one way we slowly realize that they did go. You know, to make us experience this as players, as Isaac, who in his imagination is trying to escape. Repentance gives us so many items. By this point, compared to the original game with a few hundred, this has 1,000, I think. Real significant items that are thematically connected to Isaac and his world, and with many different effects and consequences and many different combinations, and it goes so many, every run can be so different. Repentance gives us so many secrets. There are so many alternative paths now and conditions you can meet that lead to different sub-basements and paths to hell and heaven and to so many. It's frankly astounding what they've developed here. But all of that ends. All of those paths lead ultimately to Isaac's home, the place you escape from in the opening cinematic. You make a final ascent back up through the dungeon to Isaac's tiny house, to the television that poisoned his mother with her religion, and to the beast that waits for Isaac. And I feel like it's in this kind of final hellish but mundane vision of home that we feel the true meaning of the title, the true binding of Isaac. Not just the box literally binding him, suffocating him, starving him, but the home that has always bound him, the origins of his self, his sense of self, his sense of his own evil, and what structures his imagination that we are playing out. This game doesn't posit the imagination as like a refuge, as what saves you, but as instead somewhere you might get stuck, where you might, in fact, die. I mean, generally we think of the imagination as like, this beautiful place, this place of power, or this refuge, or something. But in the binding of Isaac, Isaac's imagination binds him and condemns him. The imagination is certainly not always this way. Even the game itself, Edmund Macmillan making such a personal game out of his own experience as a child, which he's talked about openly, shows that there are other ways that it can go. Clearly his imagination led him somewhere else. But he's taking the possibility of where else it can lead very seriously. The imagination here, inside and outside of the game, is as ambivalent at best. It is not a saving place. It's not an automatic condemnation, but it is something powerful and dangerous. And the game just looks at that straight. In The Binding of Isaac, we have the dungeon of the self. That is what we're playing through. Dungeons are often kind of like, you can think about them as like the subconscious of the world, right? This underground, this enclosed maze-like space that traps in monsters, but something that is the world's basement, the world's subconscious. But here, this dungeon is the subconscious of your world, Isaac's world, his imagination. In a real way, the dungeon is Isaac. Now, there's no relief in this, or no kind of hopeful conclusion to be drawn. There's no like James Baldwin, my dungeon shook and my chains fell off. No. In Isaac, the dungeon holds. The dungeon is home. That word home, it's warm for many, it is cursed for others, longed for by yet others. So it can be a safe space or a prison to escape. But here the home is a dungeon, and the dungeon is your home. The home is you. The dungeon is you. And we can't escape. In The Binding of Isaac, we cannot escape. This is the nightmare of inside. I used this phrase in my Carl video, talking about the inside of our world, the dungeon it becomes. But here, again, the nightmare of inside is of the self. We can't get outside this self, this home, this dungeon. We can't get outside the box that Isaac is in. I know this is quite bleak. Playing the game, it's a very compelling game. It is one that it can become addictive even. You can become addicted to those possibilities, the ways things can go, to the difference each time, to the different runs, to the getting deeper and deeper into it. Isaac can utterly absorb you and possess you. But this to me feels like just perfectly aligned with what this game is about. With Isaac in the box escaping to his imagination. Because where else can he go? And so, like I said, I know this is quite dark and bleak. A child dying alone in a box is about as dark as it gets. And yet, I really feel we need works of profound darkness. Artworks of profound pessimism, too. We need these to face these truths of the world, too. I don't know if we can ever truly escape our box. But I know that some people don't. I feel like The Binding of Isaac, Repentance, is so powerful because it is a video game. And as a video game, it allows us to experience what I'm describing in a very unique way. You could tell this story of Isaac in a book or a film or show. And I think you could even do it in such a powerful way to make us feel it, to feel Isaac, to feel many, many things. But I don't think you could enact this story, enact Isaac's experience of the world, enact his fantasy of escape without it being a video game. There's many things about games that, not to make them special, but they have particular properties as a medium and formally. There's things they do that I'm always trying to think about. And it's true that I really appreciate games that can only be games, right? That are not easily transferred to other mediums. I think in some ways there's qualities of Isaac, like the fact, you could have other kinds of games here. I think the way that Isaac is a real-time game, right? Quite different than Edmund Macmillan's new Eugenics, which is turn-based. The real-time of Isaac is action before thought. There's something about its real-time, like I said about real-time in film, like it's a crisis, right? Video game real-time is often a crisis. And here you need to feel that viscerally before you can really even understand it. And you do all this with twin stick controls, which very video gamey, long history. I'm utterly compelled by twin stick controls, and I don't honestly understand why. I mean, I have some ideas. I don't really get what is so compelling about that, but it is. And with these controls and in this real time of video games, not unusual for games. You go into a room, the door opens, and it begins fighting, trying to stay alive. Only after the room is empty and everyone's dead can you take stock. In fact, there's this really interesting moment on every level. At the end of each level, when you've kind of defeated the boss, you don't have to go on to the next level right away. And in fact, it often makes sense to kind of go back, rescour, look for secret rooms, buy things. There's a kind of weird, lonesome moment at the end of each level that always sticks with me when Isaac can breathe a little bit before you move on. I just think that the idea here, right? I mean, I compare it to Mulholland Drive, and Mulholland Drive leverages the full power of cinematic language. But here, what it's wanting us to do in enacting Isaac's dying dreams, all these ways that things might go, most of them terrible. It's one of the things that games can do really well, this kind of playing out of things, these playing out of possibilities. Every permutation that yet does not offer escape. I think it's this combination of narrative and play, right? The experience of suffering in some ways, but of pleasure too. Because the imagination and that control and that solace that it offers is pleasurable. We don't go there because it's painful. It's not that kind of dungeon. Not always. So this sense that you would have this lack of control in your life and the repeated attempts to assert control, Isaac models this powerfully, like repeatedly. Feeling out agency, your agency, Isaac's agency, and its limits. The way that abuse is internalized and really circumscribes that agency profoundly. I feel like a game is particularly equipped to evoke this particular experience, this kind of, not just empathy, which many mediums are good at, but melding with another life in a particular way, not feeling with them, but acting through them, right? Enacting. Acting through them. I feel like we do this through Isaac to do what would otherwise be impossible. Just dwell very long on the death of a child in a box. I think like I said, I think there's a kind of implicit ambivalence about imagination in Isaac, about it as a refuge and as a delusion, as something that can trap you, as well as, can make art out of it, make a game out of it. And a kind of an implicit critique to that, to the game of it. The critique here of games is not that kind of boring, kind of hand-wringing, oh no, I'm killing virtual people and I'm enjoying it, that kind of fake guilt, like in something like Spec Ops: The Line or something. There's no finger wagging here, no, naughty boy. I think instead there's a clarity in The Binding of Isaac. There is a lack of delusion in The Binding of Isaac. Games and imagined worlds and getting good can be as compelling as anything. It's hard to stop. I played this game more than any other game last year. And yet it doesn't save Isaac. And it can't save the player either. I've been thinking about The Binding of Isaac. It's been over a year since I was really absorbed in it. Played it early in 2025. And I've been thinking about it all year, kind of in connection with the other things I've talked about just now. Thinking about it also kind of across mediums, because in any given year, there's often a work that I can say it's the best. I have best books, best shows, best games, but I mean just like a best artwork, best art experience I have each year. And some years it is very clear. Last year, it was Bluey. I have played some great games and read some great books, but it was Bluey last year. In 2022, the year my daughter was born, it was Rain World, which is, notoriously a hard game, but it's nothing compared to having an infant. It's easy. Before that, 2021, Our Sister Killjoy was just still with me. 2020, Revolutionary Girl Utena. Before that, Moby Dick. Before that, Fortnite. Twin Peaks: The Return in 2017. Each year is often something really stands out as not just the best, but as like, resonating with me in the deepest way and most powerfully. And this year, it is The Binding of Isaac: Repentance. When I actually think back of all the books and shows and games I've just talked about, I see a lot of like what makes Isaac so powerful to me, why it has stuck with me. Like Pluribus, The Binding of Isaac provoked me, unsettled me so much. Like Journey to the West, I think Isaac seeks a way out of the imposed order governing your world. And like Wukong failing, like INRI, Isaac deals with atrocity and repetition and landscape, though dungeon landscapes here. Isaac to me is a work of emotional bravery, not hack work like Death Stranding. But the thing that I thought about most in connection with Isaac, of all these 12 that I've talked about, is the first one, A Leopard-Skin Hat. I talked there about the monster of narration, right? The way that we can monstrously narrate other people's lives. But that also means that we can monstrously narrate our own life. There's the monster of self-narration, too. We do this to ourselves, this kind of monstrous narration, as much as to others often. Those darkest stories we tell ourselves about ourselves. And There's a part of me that wants to say, oh, but we can tell other stories, better stories. I come from a very optimistic family. You can't end on the monster of self-narration, the doom of that. I do think we can narrate differently, or maybe just chill and tell fewer stories, but I don't know, man. I don't think I can stop narrating. I'm doing it right now. And the monster is always there, inside, binding me in ways I still don't understand. I think even the title of The Binding of Isaac, it's a play on The Legend of Zelda. It has the same rhythms, right? The same syllables. The Binding of Isaac, The Legend of Zelda. And the binding word there is where the legend word is in the original title, right? It's interesting because of the way that we know that legends bind, the way that stories do, old stories, unprovable stories, undefeatable stories. And these legends of ourself, our origins, our home, the way that these bind us, there's no easy way out of that I know. There is a final achievement you can get in The Binding of Isaac, repentance, that I never got. It requires hundreds and hundreds of hours. I played a lot, but not that much. If you do everything, you get every item, every permutation, then you get kind of an all clear on your save file, and I think it's referred to as Dead God. But, of course, the dead God is Isaac. He is the god of this little world you are playing, and it only stops when he dies. There is, though, in what I played, a surprise in the end. I think there are about 22 endings you get as you're working through it, and you end and it ends, it keeps ending. But I think in the last of the endings I got, after ascending back up to Isaac's home, there's a surprise. You hear Isaac's voice, and it is a shock. You've been on the inside of him the whole time playing. You've been with him, in him, you are him, in the way that video game avatars and being work. And from there, you can forget just how young he is. I mean, you know it. He's 5. But then when you hear that tiny voice, that little vulnerable voice, I don't know, the whole thing just collapses. This was my exit. I was done then. The particular quality of a child's voice is very hard to evoke, but it is singular. My own daughter's voice, of course, surrounds me. Every day, I'm constantly trying to imagine her world, her inside, her dungeon. And even when she's not around me, I hear her voice all the time. All the time. Oh, I can hear it now. I love it, but it haunts me, her voice. I hear other voices too, I guess, like Fanny in a leopard-skin hat. Some nameless companies always trailing behind me. But it's my daughter, her voice, that dominates that company now. It's her, actually, that I imagine listening to this. Talking to a microphone, making videos is weird. And I can't just talk to myself. I have to often imagine someone. And I often imagine her. Years later, obviously she's way too young, but years later, maybe listening. At least I hope she might listen to some of it one day. Yeah. Are you there? See ya. Hi, baby. I used to think my imagination was this free place that I could think anything. Nothing was off limits when I was younger. I prided myself that I could go there, anywhere, mentally. My imagination was a playground. It was separate. It was mine. But now there are plenty of things that I can't think of. Not for long. I can't think of children trapped in boxes. I can't think of certain possibilities. Pains and losses that would ruin my life, would end my life. I'm not thinking these things with each run of Isaac about his reality. I'm not thinking the worst things, though I don't forget them either. But playing Isaac does let me feel it through, lets me consider the worst things, enact a fantasy of escape in all its futility. It lets me experience the binding of the imagination, the binding of video games, the binding of narration, the binding of the self again and again. It lets me feel them anew. It is not an escape. There is no escape. But I want to feel the binding all the same. If you are still here, thank you. Damn. I can never predict anymore how long things will take. I've been sick all spring, back-to-back illnesses. It's really amazing all the different ways you can get sick. I know it probably would have made more sense to break this up into a few videos, but I am clearly not sensible. I first imagined this, as a whole, and was determined to stick to that, even if it was necessary, of course, for viewers to break it up or skip around. Finishing things, letting them go, finding an ending, it's always hard for me, and length is something I'm clearly still experimenting with here. And so it goes on. I am determined, though, to make a video under an hour. For my own sanity, if nothing else. I tried this with my Carl video and failed. But for my next video, I've done some tests that are promising. Even my lists here, a few hours ago, way back, were kind of a trial run for that. So that next video will be my winter catalog. I'm going to talk through every media experience I had this past January, February, and March. I think there are about 35 book shows and games. So I'm obviously going to have to be brief, very brief. I'm going to treat this as a constraint, kind of like the 100-word game reviews I did a decade ago. Like with those, I'm going to rate all 35 of these experiences. I like rating things 1 to 10. I like feeling experiences out with numbers. This will also hopefully give a sense, a current sense, for the numbers I like to use on my website, and provide some examples for another video I have planned about how to judge our media experiences. This winter for me has had many ups and downs, so I actually have examples of all 10 numbers. It was an adventurous season, lots of surprises, quite a journey, really. Speaking of journeys, there are some big changes on the horizon in my own life, exciting changes, scary changes. So I hope to share something about those changes later in the summer. Okay, now, finally, to rest. We all have to go to sleep. Sleep, sleep, sleep. Then wake up in 2026. We're late, again. It already started without us. And so it goes. See you next time.